Dear chosen ones, have you ever paused to wonder why you are the most feared presence in any room, even without uttering a word? What is it about you that unsettles the unseen forces, disrupts darkness, and causes chaos among those who walk in opposition to the light? Drop a 777 in the comments if you've ever felt the weight of this invisible battle, knowing deep down that you are fighting not just for yourself, but for a much greater purpose. Your journey isn't just about survival, it's about transformation, illumination, and victory. To those who've supported this channel through super thanks, your generosity is a blessing, and it fuels this mission to spread truth and encouragement. Thank you for being a vital part of this calling to shine God's light into every corner of the world. Your contributions remind us all of the power of faith in action. But here's the real question: why do the chosen ones inspire such fear in the hearts of darkness? What about their divine calling shakes the foundations of evil? Imagine being equipped with a light so radiant that it exposes every hidden lie, pierces through every shadow, and dismantles every scheme of the enemy. You, dear chosen ones, carry this light. What does it mean to walk as a living testament of God's power and protection, radiating a presence that even the forces of darkness cannot ignore? As we delve deeper, prepare to uncover profound truths about your divine purpose, the extraordinary strength you carry, and the reason why you are a beacon of fear to the kingdoms of darkness. Could it be that your light is not just a shield for yourself, but a weapon for all humanity? Let's explore the mystery that surrounds your calling and unveil what makes you an unstoppable force in this spiritual battle. The answers may change everything you thought you knew. God's chosen ones, the real reason you are feared the most. The spiritual light of the chosen is not just a metaphor or abstract concept. It is a powerful, tangible force that saturates the environment, cutting through the limitations of the physical world. It is a radiant expression of God's divine presence in their lives, shining brightly and forcefully, so much so that it cannot be hidden or ignored. Wherever the chosen ones go, this light is their constant companion, acting as an unwavering beacon in the midst of darkness. It is a light that guides and protects, leading others away from harm and toward the truth. This light, however, is not just visible to human eyes. It transcends the physical realm and can be sensed by the spiritual realm. It makes the chosen visible to both spiritual allies and adversaries, revealing their identity as bearers of divine power. Have you ever walked into a room and felt the shift in energy when someone enters with an undeniable presence? Imagine a light so powerful that the mere act of stepping into a space makes the air feel different, as if shadows are dispelled and the truth becomes undeniable. That is the kind of change the chosen bring when they walk into a room. The light they emit dissolves any presence of darkness, cleansing the atmosphere with its purity and clarity. It is not a light that merely illuminates, it exposes and purifies, unveiling the truth hidden in shadows. This spiritual radiance signifies that the evil one cannot endure in the presence of the divine. The chosen ones are not confrontational by words or actions. Their very presence challenges darkness, standing as a silent yet powerful testament to God's authority. This light doesn't only reveal, it comforts, heals, and provides refuge to those seeking truth, offering safety to those who are lost in the confusion of this world. Consider this: what makes the light of the chosen so powerful? It is not a superficial radiance, but the reflection of an intimate relationship with God. This light is the result of a life spent in prayer, meditation, and communion with the Creator. The closer the chosen draw to God, the more their light shines, reflecting His divine glory. The more they commune with the divine, the more His light flows through them, transforming everything in its wake. Through them, divine grace moves and touches others, and the light they carry becomes a sign of God's favor, immeasurable and beyond human comprehension. This light is not passive, it is a living, active force, constantly moving and working to bring God's kingdom to earth. Like the sword of the Spirit mentioned in Ephesians 6:17, this light is a spiritual weapon, cutting through the darkness, defeating evil forces, and dismantling the lies of the enemy. It is a constant reminder to the darkness that it has already been overcome by the light of God. The light of the chosen acts as an impenetrable shield against spiritual attacks, neutralizing all forces of evil that try to oppose them. Do you realize the gravity of this? The light of the chosen does not only shield them, but also attracts those in search of truth, peace, and hope. Just like moths are drawn to a flame, people are naturally attracted to the spiritual light of the chosen ones. In them, people find solace, direction, and guidance. The chosen, without even trying, become leaders, spiritual guides, not because they desire to be followed, but because their light naturally points others toward the truth and purpose of God. This light does not belong to them. It is God's light shining through them, drawing others closer to His kingdom. But this light does not remain the same. It grows, intensifies, and evolves as the chosen face challenges and spiritual battles. Every victory, every trial overcome, causes the light to grow brighter, more powerful. They're refined in the fire of adversity, just as gold is refined in a furnace. 1 Peter 1:7. Their resilience becomes evident in the radiance that grows with each act of faith, rather than diminishing in the face of trials. The light of the chosen grows stronger, burning brighter, and becoming more radiant. Each trial they face only refines their light, shaping them into the vessels God intended them to be. They do not merely survive the storms, they emerge from them stronger, more radiant, and even more capable of shining God's truth. This is why the chosen are feared. It is this spiritual light that makes them untouchable, invulnerable, and unshakable. No matter how much darkness may try to encircle them, this light cannot be extinguished. It is a divine presence that cannot be denied or overcome. The chosen are protected by God's grace, armed with His truth, and empowered by His Spirit. They embody God's light in a world that is often drawn to the shadows. It is this very light that strikes fear into the forces of evil, for they know that they are powerless against it. The light of the chosen stands as an unshakable testimony to God's power, reminding the forces of darkness that their defeat is inevitable. This is the real reason why the chosen are so feared. They carry a light that not only illuminates the path, but obliterates the darkness, and no power on earth or in the spiritual realm can stand against it. The divine protection that surrounds God's chosen ones is not only a testament to His grace, but it also serves as one of the most profound manifestations of His care and power. This protective shield, invisible to the human eye, is an impenetrable fortress that guards the chosen from all manner of evil attacks. It is a spiritual fortress, constructed through unwavering faith and fortified by continual prayer. In times of trial and adversity, this divine protection acts as an anchor, ensuring the safety and stability of those who are chosen by God, making them unshakable and steadfast. It transcends the physical realm, extending into the emotional and spiritual dimensions of their lives, safeguarding them from despair and harm in every area. Accounts of supernatural protection are not rare. From the ancient stories of the Bible to modern-day testimonies, we see countless examples where the chosen ones have been spared from life-threatening situations in ways that defy human explanation. One of the most famous biblical examples is the story of Daniel in the lion's den. Despite the threat of death, Daniel was protected by God and emerged unscathed, proving that divine protection is not limited to ancient times. Today, many share stories of miraculous survival from accidents, natural disasters, and violent assaults, events where God's hand of protection was undeniably evident. These miraculous events are not just stories, they are living testimonies of God's continuous intervention and His power to safeguard those He has chosen. It is through prayer that the chosen ones maintain this divine protection. Constant communication with God through prayer strengthens their spiritual defenses, creating a direct line of support from the Creator. The deeper the relationship they cultivate with God, the stronger their protection becomes. Prayer serves not only as a means of seeking refuge, but also as an act of expressing gratitude, faith, and dependence on God's will. As the Bible repeatedly demonstrates, prayer has the power to change the course of history, deliver the righteous from danger, and even provide miraculous deliverance in moments of great peril. In times of emotional struggle or spiritual conflict, the presence of God's comfort sustains the chosen ones, calming their hearts and minds, allowing them to remain resolute and grounded. Spiritually, divine protection also means the safeguarding of their faith. The chosen ones are often the targets of spiritual attacks meant to undermine their trust in God or distract them from their divine purpose. But it is through divine protection that they are shielded from these attempts, remaining firm and unmovable. One of the greatest gifts the chosen receive is spiritual discernment. This ability to see through the veils of deception and to recognize the true intentions of those around them is a form of divine protection in itself. It helps them avoid dangerous situations and empowers them to make wise decisions that keep them within the safety of God's plan. This gift of discernment ensures that they can navigate a world filled with falsehoods and confusion, staying true to the path that God has laid out for them. The foundation of this divine protection is rooted in faith, faith that is cultivated through personal experiences with God, through the Scriptures, and through a life of devotion and service. As the chosen ones continue to trust in God, their faith strengthens, and the presence of His protection becomes even more evident. In moments of doubt, they know they can surrender their fears and anxieties into God's hands, trusting that His faithfulness will keep them safe from harm. It's precisely this divine protection that makes the chosen ones such a feared group. This unbreakable spiritual shield directly challenges the forces of evil, sending a message that no matter how dark or chaotic the world becomes, God's light is stronger. The chosen ones, enveloped in this divine protection, are not only shielded from harm, but are empowered to carry out their divine missions with unwavering confidence. Their presence becomes an undeniable force, both in the physical and spiritual realms. In the physical world, the presence of the chosen ones creates an immediate impact. People around them instinctively feel either drawn to them or repelled by them, depending on their spiritual state. This reaction is a natural response to the light that shines through the chosen ones. Those who seek truth, healing, and inspiration feel a sense of peace and clarity when in their presence, while those entrenched in darkness or harboring ill intentions feel uneasy and unsettled. The chosen ones serve as a mirror, reflecting the true nature of the hearts of those around them. It is this very light that exposes hidden shadows, revealing the true nature of the soul, as stated in John 3:19-21. This is the verdict. Light has come into the world, but people loved darkness instead of light because their deeds were evil. In the spiritual realm, the presence of the chosen is even more powerful. Spiritual beings, both benevolent and malevolent, immediately recognize the divine light that they carry. For angels and other celestial beings, the presence of the chosen is a sign of alignment with God's divine will. a beacon of support and encouragement as they work together in carrying out God's purposes. On the other hand, evil forces see the chosen ones as a direct threat to their schemes and attempt to disrupt their mission. The very presence of the chosen ones serves as a force of spiritual resistance that disarms the enemy. Through their words, actions, and the divine light that surrounds them, the forces of evil are exposed and ultimately defeated. There are countless testimonies of lives being radically changed through the simple act of encountering the chosen ones. People report experiencing spiritual healing, emotional breakthroughs, and even physical restoration after meeting a chosen one. These transformations are more than just coincidental occurrences. They are a testament to the transformative power of God's presence working through His chosen. The stories of miraculous healings, renewed relationships, and profound life changes are a direct manifestation of God's grace and the divine power that flows through His chosen ones. Why are the chosen ones feared? It is not because they seek power or recognition, but because they carry within them the undeniable presence of God's divine light and protection. This light cannot be extinguished, and its power is irresistible to the forces of darkness. It is through this divine protection that the chosen ones continue to walk in their purpose, undeterred by the attacks of the enemy. Their lives stand as a testament to God's faithfulness, a living example of how His protection never fails, and a warning to the forces of evil that they cannot prevail against the power of God. The reaction of respect and fear that the chosen ones evoke is not a result of their personal intentions to intimidate, but rather a natural byproduct of their divine connection. The power they carry, a radiant spiritual light, is sensed by those in their presence. This energy elicits a complex response: admiration from those who are drawn to the truth and light, and fear from those who are immersed in darkness or deception. Even individuals who initially feel uneasy or threatened by the chosen ones often come to acknowledge the authenticity and spiritual strength that emanates from them. This recognition is more than just a superficial feeling. It is a deep, unspoken understanding of the spiritual authority they carry, a silent admission that the chosen are marked by something far greater than earthly power. This commanding presence does more than just inspire respect. It also serves as a powerful layer of protection. Those who might otherwise wish to harm the chosen ones pause, sensing the divine force that surrounds them. This divine protection, strengthened by their spiritual presence, forms an impenetrable shield. The fear and hesitation experienced by potential enemies prevent them from acting, safeguarding the chosen from physical and spiritual harm. This protective barrier does not passively wait to block attacks. It actively repels negativity, malice, and all forms of evil. It is as if the very air around the chosen ones is charged with a force that keeps them safe, ensuring that their focus remains on their divine mission. The divine protection is not just a shield, it is a weapon in itself, making the chosen ones formidable adversaries in the spiritual realm. They are a constant challenge to the forces of darkness, their lives and actions a direct threat to the kingdom of evil. Every word they speak, every step they take, sends ripples through the spiritual world, shaking the foundations of darkness and dispelling its hold over the world. Like spiritual warriors in a battle that transcends the physical realm, the chosen ones confront unseen enemies with courage and unwavering strength. Their mission is clear: to stand firm against evil, to bring light into the darkness, and to advance the kingdom of God. This spiritual warfare may not always be visible to the human eye, but in the unseen spiritual realms, it is a fierce, ongoing battle. Each victory of the chosen over the forces of evil is a decisive blow that weakens the power of darkness. These victories are not won by might, but through faith, prayer, and their deep connection to God. The more the chosen embody truth, love, and justice, the greater their impact on the spiritual balance of the world. In every act of kindness, every word of truth, and every display of love, they strike at the heart of evil, driving back its influence and promoting the reign of light. The forces of darkness, aware of their inability to stand against the divine light, react with fear and frustration. They know they cannot prevail against the chosen ones who walk in the light of God, and their efforts to subdue them are futile. The chosen, equipped with spiritual gifts and discernment, are always prepared to identify and confront evil in all its deceptive forms. This ability to see beyond the surface allows them to expose falsehoods, protect themselves and others, and stand against any attack with divine authority. Through their gifts, the chosen not only defend themselves but become powerful agents of change. Their presence in communities, homes, and workplaces brings peace and stability, cutting through the chaos and discord that evil seeks to foster. Wherever the chosen go, they are instruments of transformation, restoring balance, harmony, and divine order in a world that is constantly threatened by the forces of evil. The mission of the chosen ones is not just to protect themselves, but to dismantle the works of darkness and establish the kingdom of God on earth. This calling is not for the faint of heart. It requires unwavering faith, strength, and courage. Though they face fierce opposition from the forces of evil, they remain steadfast, knowing that they are fulfilling a higher purpose. And in this battle, they are never alone. The divine protection surrounding them ensures that even in the most intense moments of conflict, God is with them, guiding their steps and empowering them to overcome every obstacle. The victory is assured, not because of their own strength, but because they are walking in the divine light and fulfilling the will of God. The invulnerability of God's chosen ones is a profound and awe-inspiring aspect of their spiritual journey. It is not that they are immune to challenges, trials, or difficulties, but rather that they are enveloped by a divine protection that makes them impervious to the destructive forces of evil. This protection is not passive. It is an active, powerful shield forged through their unwavering faith and deep connection with God. The chosen are not exempt from life's struggles, but in the face of adversity, they are assured that they will stand firm, guided, and upheld by God's sovereign hand. This divine shield is an invisible force that repels all forms of evil, whether physical, emotional, or spiritual. The attacks of the enemy may come, but they cannot penetrate the fortress of protection that surrounds the chosen ones. The mere presence of God's chosen is enough to make the forces of darkness tremble. The testimony of divine intervention in their lives is undeniable. Miraculous accounts of their survival against seemingly insurmountable odds, whether from fatal accidents, life-threatening diseases, or violent assaults, serve as tangible evidence of God's hand in their lives. These stories are not coincidences or random events. They are the manifestation of divine power at work, demonstrating that the chosen are protected and upheld by the Creator Himself. One of the most striking biblical examples of divine protection is found in the story of Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. Thrown into the fiery furnace for refusing to bow to an idol, these three men emerged unharmed, their faith standing as a testimony to the reality of God's protective power. Not a hair on their heads was singed, and their garments were not even scorched. This miraculous deliverance was a clear sign of God's intervention, illustrating the kind of invulnerability that those who are chosen by God experience. The furnace, which should have been their end, became the very place where the divine presence manifested in an unmistakable way, showing that no weapon formed against them could prosper. The protection of the chosen ones extends beyond physical threats. It also encompasses the emotional and spiritual realms. In times of sorrow, loss, or betrayal, they are able to maintain a peace that surpasses human understanding. This inner peace is not born of circumstances, but of a deep-rooted trust in God's sovereignty and a firm belief that He is in control of all things. Even in the darkest moments, when the world around them seems to crumble, the chosen remain steady, their hearts anchored in the truth that God holds them secure. Their ability to navigate through life's hardships with grace and peace is a testament to the unshakable foundation of their faith. Spiritual attacks are a constant threat in the lives of the chosen ones, as the forces of evil relentlessly seek to undermine their mission and weaken their resolve. However, the spiritual invulnerability of the chosen is what renders these attacks powerless. While the enemy may try to sow discord, doubt, and despair, the chosen ones stand firm, knowing that their spiritual protection is unwavering. Every attack, rather than weakening them, strengthens their resolve and deepens their connection to God. The more the enemy presses in, the more the chosen are fortified by the Holy Spirit. Their faith and trust in God grow, and they face each new challenge with renewed confidence in the victory already secured in Christ. The ability to repel spiritual attacks is not an automatic gift. It is the result of a life committed to prayer, meditation, and Scripture. These spiritual practices are not mere rituals, but vital acts of devotion that sustain and strengthen the chosen. Prayer is their direct communication with God, where they pour out their hearts, seek His guidance, and receive His peace. Through prayer, they build up their spiritual armor, fortifying themselves for the battles ahead. Meditation on God's Word is another powerful tool that nurtures their inner strength. By meditating on the promises of Scripture, the chosen are reminded of God's faithfulness and His power to deliver them from all harm. Each moment spent in communion with God through prayer, meditation, and Bible study is a step closer to becoming untouchable to the forces of evil. Through these practices, the chosen ones are constantly replenished and renewed, their faith growing stronger, their connection to God deeper. They walk with the assurance that no matter what comes against them, they are protected by the Almighty, equipped with all the spiritual power they need to face the enemy. Their faith is not passive, it is active, and their relationship with God is a living, breathing force that shields them from harm. And in this ongoing spiritual battle, they can stand confidently, knowing that God's protection is a constant and unshakable fortress that the enemy cannot penetrate. The fear that spiritual enemies experience when confronted with the chosen ones is a direct result of the divine intangibility that surrounds them. The forces of evil are well aware that they cannot breach the protective barrier that God has placed around His chosen ones. This fear is not a mere reaction to their presence. It is an acknowledgement of the spiritual authority they carry, a testament to the power of the Almighty working through them. The enemy's failed attempts to weaken the chosen serve not to diminish their strength, but rather to reinforce it. Each attack, though it may seem like an attempt to tear them down, only magnifies their spiritual light, making them even more invulnerable and steadfast in their faith. The forces of darkness, aware of their impotence against God's power, can do nothing but tremble in defeat. The intangibility of the chosen ones is a mystery that transcends human understanding. It is not that they are invisible or impervious in a physical sense, but rather that they possess a spiritual protection so profound that it makes them untouchable by evil forces. This divine shield, an invisible yet impenetrable barrier, repels any attempts to harm or weaken them. Whether through physical attacks, emotional manipulation, or spiritual deception, the chosen ones are not susceptible to the common vulnerabilities of humanity. Their very existence challenges the forces of darkness, for they walk with the full authority of God's power, and nothing can stand in their way. This intangibility serves as a living testimony to God's faithfulness and His unwavering protection over those He has chosen. In every moment, the chosen ones are enveloped by this divine shield, which serves as both a protection and a confirmation of their mission. No matter how fierce the attacks may be, the chosen will always be shielded, for God's love and power are unshakable. It is through this divine security that they carry out their mission with unyielding courage, knowing that no matter what challenges they face, they are never alone. They are untouchable, not because of their own strength, but because of the might of the one who has chosen them. This divine protection is not a mere shield. It is a reflection of God's deep love and commitment to those he has called to carry out his will. The chosen ones are the embodiment of God's security, walking in faith, courage, and purpose. They are untouchable, not because they are immune to the struggles of life, but because they are never abandoned by God, who guards them with an impenetrable shield of divine protection. Every obstacle they face is met with the assurance that God's protection will prevail, and every trial they endure becomes an opportunity for their faith to grow stronger, their conviction deeper, and their spiritual light brighter. God's chosen ones possess a wisdom that transcends human understanding, a divine gift that is far beyond intellectual knowledge. This wisdom is spiritual in nature, grounded in discernment and insight that allows them to see the truth behind appearances. It is a clarity of thought and depth of understanding that guides their every decision and action, making them a beacon of light in a world filled with confusion and uncertainty. This wisdom is not something they have earned or learned through worldly means. It is a direct gift from God, a manifestation of his divine presence in their lives. Those around them are often left in awe of the certainty and serenity that the chosen exude, for their wisdom is both a reflection of their deep relationship with God and a sign of his favor upon them. The wisdom of the chosen ones is not just theoretical knowledge, but a practical application of divine truth in every aspect of their lives. They possess a sharp intuition that directs their steps, an inner voice that guides them even when the way forward is unclear. This intuition is more than just a feeling. It is a channel through which God speaks to them, revealing hidden truths and guiding them on paths that others might overlook. The chosen can predict dangers before they arise, avoid pitfalls that could lead others astray, and seize opportunities that would otherwise go unnoticed. This extraordinary ability is a gift from God, making them not only revered, but also feared. Those who seek to deceive or manipulate them find themselves thwarted by the clarity and precision of the chosen's wisdom. The enemy knows that they cannot hide their intentions or weave lies before the chosen, for their insight is a piercing light that exposes all darkness. This divine wisdom also makes the chosen ones invaluable to those around them. People naturally seek their counsel, recognizing that they have access to a wellspring of truth and understanding that no one else can offer. The wisdom they share is not self-serving, but is given freely, illuminating the path for others. They offer comfort and direction, helping others navigate the complexities of life with the same clarity they themselves possess. Whether offering advice in times of crisis or guiding others on their spiritual journey, the chosen are seen as trustworthy and reliable sources of insight. Their wisdom is a lifeline to those in need, and their words resonate with the authority and peace that come from an intimate relationship with God. In spiritual warfare, the wisdom of the chosen becomes an impenetrable shield against the attacks of the enemy. The enemy fears the clarity with which the chosen see through deception and lies. Every attempt to harm or manipulate is neutralized by the wisdom of the chosen, who are able to discern falsehoods and counter them with divine truth. This ability to expose the hidden motives of the enemy is a powerful weapon in the ongoing battle between light and darkness. The forces of evil are weakened before the chosen, for they know that their lies and schemes cannot stand against the truth that the chosen bring. The wisdom of the chosen also manifests in their ability to teach and inspire others. They have a natural gift for communicating profound spiritual truths in a way that others can grasp and apply. Their teachings are not abstract concepts, but practical, real-life applications of divine wisdom. These lessons are rooted in their own experiences, grounded in a life lived in devotion to God. They teach not only with words, but with their lives, modeling the principles they preach and demonstrating the transformative power of divine wisdom. Their influence extends far beyond simple advice. They inspire others to seek the same intimate relationship with God that has made them vessels of such powerful wisdom. In this way, the wisdom of the chosen ones becomes a catalyst for spiritual growth, both in their own lives and in the lives of those around them. They do not simply share knowledge, they impart a deeper understanding of God's will and His presence in the world. This divine wisdom, rooted in the truth of God's word and strengthened by their connection to Him, makes the chosen ones powerful agents of change. Their words and actions bring clarity, healing, and transformation to a world that desperately needs it, and their wisdom continues to shine as a guiding light for others to follow. God's chosen ones stand as powerful warriors of light in the ongoing spiritual battle between good and evil. Their calling is more than a simple mission. It is a divine purpose that transcends earthly life and touches the eternal. These chosen warriors are not merely individuals living for themselves. They are instruments of God's will, sent to confront darkness and spread the light of truth, love, and hope wherever they go. Their mission is not easy. It requires great sacrifice, unwavering dedication, and a faith that remains firm despite the many obstacles they face. Yet, they accept this calling with gratitude, understanding that they are part of something far greater than themselves. This understanding of their divine purpose empowers the chosen ones to change the world around them. They are not just passive witnesses to God's love, but active agents of transformation. Their presence brings about palpable, visible change. Entire communities have been revived and healed through the influence of the chosen ones, who do not merely preach about God's love, but embody it in their actions and relationships. They live as living testaments to divine grace, proving that God's love and power can bring about real and lasting transformation. The chosen inspire others to seek a deeper faith and show that it is through living in harmony with God's will that true transformation becomes possible. However, with such a high calling comes the responsibility to maintain spiritual integrity. The chosen are constantly under scrutiny, not just by fellow believers, but also by those who oppose them. This vigilance requires that they remain steadfast, for any weakness or deviation from God's truth can be used as a weapon by the forces of evil. For this reason, they live their lives with an acute sense of self-awareness, knowing that their integrity is a critical part of their spiritual testimony. Their lives are a living reflection of their faith, and they guard their hearts through prayer, study of Scripture, and fellowship with others who share their devotion. By strengthening their relationship with God, they are able to remain firm in the face of temptation and the attacks of the enemy. The spiritual battle of the chosen is relentless, but they are not left to fight on their own. They are armed with powerful spiritual weapons, the foremost being prayer. Prayer is not merely a habit, but a weapon of warfare. It is through prayer that the chosen intercede for others, lifting up the world in petitions that can move mountains and change the course of events. The power of their prayers is unmatched, for they are prayed in faith and with an understanding of God's power to effect change. Alongside prayer, the chosen wield God's word as a sword, using Scripture to proclaim truth and expose the lies of the enemy. Through the wisdom found in God's word, they dismantle the works of darkness and set the captives free, bringing light into places of deep spiritual oppression. The forces of evil fear the chosen because of the divine light they carry. This light exposes darkness, revealing the true nature of evil and challenging the strongholds that the enemy has established. The chosen ones stand as beacons of hope and justice, their very presence challenging the kingdom of darkness. This divine light is further protected by supernatural security, a shield of divine protection that surrounds them at all times. Miracles occur as a result of their connection to God, confirming that they are indeed instruments of divine power. The attacks of the enemy are repelled, and the chosen are constantly strengthened in their mission. The power of God's protection enables them to stand firm, confident in the knowledge that He is with them. As warriors of light, the chosen ones do not shrink from the spiritual battle. Instead, they confront it with unwavering courage and determination. They are invulnerable to the attacks of the enemy, their wisdom guiding their every move and their actions inspiring those around them. The supernatural power of God's presence enables them to destabilize the plans of the enemy and bring about the transformation that God has destined for their lives and the lives of those around them. Their ability to inspire others, combined with their invulnerability, makes them a constant threat to the kingdom of darkness. They fulfill their divine purpose with a resolve that cannot be shaken, bringing God's will into the world with power and authority. In this ongoing battle between light and darkness, the chosen ones stand firm, knowing that their victory is already assured through God's strength and protection, with wisdom, invulnerability, and the ability to inspire. They are the bearers of hope, the voices of truth, and the instruments of God's transformative power on earth. As we come to the close of this powerful message, I encourage you to take a moment and reflect on the divine calling that you carry as a chosen one. Remember, your light is unlike any other, and the mission that you've been entrusted with is both sacred and profound. Don't forget to leave a comment below with the number 77, a powerful and sacred number that represents divine completion and spiritual alignment. It's a symbol of the unique blessings and guidance that surround you as you continue your journey. If you found value in this video, please like and subscribe to our channel so that you won't miss any future content that supports your spiritual path. Share this message with others who need to understand the power and purpose of being a chosen one, and encourage them to walk in their divine calling too. I'd love to hear from you. Leave a comment and share your personal experiences or reflections. What challenges have you faced as a chosen one? How has God's guidance transformed your life? Looking ahead, don't miss our next video. Don't get fooled, chosen ones. 8 signs you're dealing with an evil person. This video will give you the wisdom to recognize harmful influences and protect your spiritual well-being. Always remember, the light you carry is immeasurable and your mission is divine. Keep shining brightly, protecting your path and inspiring others along the way. Together we make a difference. Until next time, and may God bless you mightily. Awaken, chosen ones. Have you ever paused to wonder why your life has been marked by trials so unimaginable they feel almost surreal? Why it seems as though betrayal, humiliation, and unthinkable cruelty have followed you at every turn? What if the pain you've endured wasn't a random series of events, but rather a deliberate attempt to crush something extraordinary within you before it could fully take root? Here's the truth, and it's as unsettling as it is revealing. Your suffering wasn't just personal, it was calculated. Every tear, every moment of heartbreak, every attempt to break your spirit was part of a greater scheme meant to erase you before the world could witness your brilliance. History is full of proof that the brightest stars are forged in the deepest darkness. Think of Harriet Tubman, who was hunted like an animal, yet became a beacon of freedom. Consider Nikola Tesla, ridiculed and rejected, only to lay the groundwork for technologies that changed humanity forever. Or Van Gogh, whose genius went unnoticed in life, but whose name now echoes through the ages. Their journeys began with torment, rejection and pain. But those very struggles became the furnace that refined their greatness. Could it be the same for you? Could it be that your wounds are not your end, but the very birthplace of your story's unstoppable power? If this resonates with you, pause for a moment and comment 777 below to affirm your awakening. And to those who've supported this mission through Super Thanks, know that your generosity is deeply cherished. Your kindness allows these messages to reach and uplift countless others walking the same path. You are truly part of this movement of transformation. But here's where the story takes a turn. What was done to you wasn't poetic. It wasn't some noble rite of passage. It was vile, deliberate, and, to be brutally honest, a sickness beyond belief. They wanted to see you erased before you even discovered who you were meant to be. Yet, against all odds, here you stand. Bruised perhaps, but undefeated. Broken in places, yet with a strength that defies explanation. The irony. In their twisted efforts to destroy you, they unwittingly gave you the one thing they feared most. A story so powerful, it will make you unstoppable. So, let's dive deeper. Let's unravel the meaning behind this suffering, the purpose behind their attempts to extinguish your light, and the divine plan that has kept you standing. Because the truth is, chosen ones, what you've endured wasn't for nothing. It's time to understand why, and to claim the greatness they tried so desperately to bury. God's chosen ones, your story will make you famous. What was done to you is a sickness beyond belief. Being chosen is a paradox, a riddle that few can truly comprehend. On the outside, the idea of being chosen sounds like an invitation to a life of fame, fortune, and effortless glory. It seems like the fulfillment of a divine promise, a path paved with endless blessings. But in truth, it's far from that. The journey of the chosen is not adorned with ease, but with struggle, isolation, and pain that few ever understand. Those who look at you today and admire your strength, resilience, or success are blind to the shadowy paths that led you here. They don't know about the nights when you cried yourself to sleep, when the weight of betrayal made you question the sincerity of those around you, or when you doubted whether your worth was even real. What makes you chosen is not the moment you rise, but the journey that has broken and rebuilt you. It's about surviving when the world seems designed to crush you. It's not about being the strongest or most gifted. It's about withstanding the unimaginable and emerging from the wreckage, still standing, still holding on to hope. Do you ever wonder why you've had to endure so much? Why the trials you face feel so uniquely personal, like the world is singling you out? Have you ever asked yourself if there is something greater than you at work in your life? Think of the story of Job in the Bible. Job was chosen not because he was perfect, but because he was willing to endure unimaginable suffering. In Job 1:21, after losing everything, Job says, "The Lord gave, and the Lord has taken away. May the name of the Lord be praised." His trials were not random. They were part of a greater plan. And though he was tested beyond measure, Job's faithfulness and endurance led him to a reward far beyond what he had lost. Could your story be following a similar pattern? The road you're on is lonely, yes, but it's also deeply purposeful. Even the ones who love you may not fully grasp the weight of your journey. They may not understand why things unfold the way they do. Some may even call you unlucky, cursed, or erratic, but you know better. You feel the hand of something bigger at work, pushing you through trials that others cannot imagine. Do you sense that the universe is preparing you for something more, something extraordinary? The path may be long, but the destination is greater than you can currently see. You are being shaped, refined, and strengthened for something monumental, if you can survive long enough to witness it. The most devastating battles are the ones fought in silence, where no one else can see the war raging within. What was done to you wasn't simply a series of cruel actions. It was a covert war waged against your mind, your spirit, and your very sense of self. There were no visible weapons, no marks or bruises to show the damage, but the wounds you carried were just as real, if not more painful, than any physical injury. This invisible warfare is the kind of pain that others cannot understand because they can't see it. They don't know how deep it cuts or how it lingers, silently reshaping every part of who you are. It was never about physical harm. The true aim was far more sinister. To break you in a way that left you alive but hollow. To leave you questioning your own worth day after day. Every harsh word, every manipulation, every betrayal wasn't a random act. They were calculated strikes designed to sow seeds of self-doubt. Do you ever wonder why you couldn't simply get over it, even when the world saw no reason to be upset? Have you found yourself blaming yourself for things you didn't cause, wondering why this invisible burden won't lift? It's a cruel kind of warfare because it doesn't show on the outside. You carried on with your day, smiling, pretending like everything was fine, while internally you fought a battle that no one could see. People may have even admired your strength, assuming you were fine because you didn't fall apart in front of them. But inside, it felt like you were slowly unraveling, piece by piece, your energy and confidence being drained away. This sickness, this invisible war, wasn't just meant to hurt you. Its true goal was far more insidious, to control you. It was about making you believe you were small, weak, powerless, and incapable of escaping. But here's the truth. They underestimated you. You were stronger than they realized. Despite the overwhelming pain and the whispers of doubt they planted in your mind, you are still here. And the fact that you survived, that you are still standing, proves that their attacks were never truly victorious. Think of the story of Joseph in the Bible. His brothers betrayed him, threw him into a pit, and sold him into slavery. In his darkest moments, he could have easily given up, letting the cruelty of his circumstances define him. But he didn't. He kept his faith, kept his strength, and ultimately he rose to power in Egypt, saving many lives. Joseph's story is a testimony to the strength that remains when everything around you is designed to break you. Could your struggles too be leading to a greater purpose, even if the battle has been fought in secret? You've endured a war that others can't see, but the fact that you've made it this far shows that you are more than they ever realized. Your story isn't over yet. In fact, it may be just beginning. Envy is a quiet, corrosive force, often hidden behind smiles, casual conversations, and even seemingly well-meaning concern. But underneath it festers, slowly eating away at the heart of those who harbor it. Much of what was done to you, the betrayals, the manipulations, the cruelty, was not random. It was driven by envy, a sickness that pushes people to destroy what they cannot possess or become. They saw something in you, something they lacked but yearned for. It could have been your strength, your light, or even the potential they sensed within you. Whatever it was, it made them feel small in comparison. Have you ever wondered why people who should support you instead sought to tear you down? Could envy be the real force behind their actions? Envy doesn't reveal itself directly. It wears many disguises: criticism, sabotage, or even the false cloak of help. They might have told you that you weren't good enough, that you'd never amount to anything, or that your dreams were unrealistic. But these words weren't rooted in truth. They were born from their inability to stand seeing you rise. Your success reminded them of their own shortcomings, their insecurities, and the dreams they never dared to pursue. How often have you faced this kind of subtle attack, when someone tells you that your dreams are too big or that you're aiming too high? These words aren't just words. They're a reflection of their inner turmoil, their need to pull you down so they can feel better about their own limitations. The most twisted part of this is how deeply personal it feels. Their actions weren't just aimed at your accomplishments. They were an attack on who you are at your core. They wanted to make you doubt yourself, to dim your light so that they could feel more comfortable in their own shadows. For a while, maybe it worked. Perhaps you started to question your worth, shrink yourself, or try to fit into a mold that didn't make others uncomfortable. You might have even felt guilty for standing out or for not meeting the expectations they set for you. But here's the painful irony. Envy destroys the person who carries it far more than it ever harms the one it targets. Do you ever wonder why they seem so empty, despite their efforts to tear you down? Could it be that the very envy they harbor is what is slowly consuming them? They were so focused on breaking you, they never realized the truth. You were never their competition. You were simply a living example of what's possible. Your success wasn't a threat to them. It was a reminder of what they never dared to believe for themselves. Think of Cain and Abel in the Bible, where Cain's envy toward his brother Abel led to his downfall. In Genesis 4:5-8, Cain became angry because God accepted Abel's offering, but not his own. His jealousy drove him to commit an unspeakable act. Envy poisoned his heart, and instead of transforming his own life, it led to destruction. As Genesis 4:6-7 says, "Then the Lord said to Cain, 'Why are you angry? Why is your face downcast? If you do what is right, will you not be accepted? But if you do not do what is right, sin is crouching at your door. It desires to have you, but you must rule over it.'" Cain's inability to overcome his jealousy led him to a tragic decision. This story serves as a stark reminder of how envy can spiral into ruin if not addressed. Additionally, consider the story of Saul and David. King Saul's envy of David's growing popularity eventually led to attempts on David's life. Despite David's innocence, Saul couldn't bear the thought of someone else rising to prominence. In 1 Samuel 18:8-9 we read, "Saul was very angry. This refrain galled him. They have credited David with tens of thousands, he thought, but me with only thousands. What more can he get but the kingdom?" And from that time on, Saul kept a close eye on David. Saul's envy blinded him to David's integrity and to God's plan. His obsession with David's success ultimately destroyed him. In the end, the very envy that tried to break you will be the thing that consumes them. They will never understand that you were never their rival. You were a testament to the heights they could have reached if they had only believed in themselves. The battle was never about you versus them. It was always about them facing their own fears and insecurities. And you were simply the proof that greatness is possible for anyone who dares to believe. As Proverbs 14:30 reminds us, "A heart at peace gives life to the body, but envy rots the bones." The universe has a strange way of selecting its strongest warriors. Your trials, no matter how cruel or senseless they may seem, are not arbitrary. They are deliberate, carefully designed like a blacksmith's hammer striking steel, transforming it into something unbreakable. However, let's be clear, this is not some glorified notion of suffering or hardship. The process is raw, brutal, and often feels entirely unjust. The universe does not approach the task of testing your worthiness with kindness. It strips you down to your most vulnerable state, leaving only the pure essence of who you are. Have you ever wondered why life can feel so unfair at times? Why, despite your efforts, the challenges keep coming? These trials are not meant to punish you, but to prepare you. Greatness demands great strength, and that strength is not granted. It's forged in the furnace of adversity. The suffering you endure is like a fire, burning away the superficial layers of who you thought you were and forcing you to face the raw, unfiltered version of yourself. When everything you once relied on is stripped away, who are you? What do you stand for when there's nothing left to hold on to? These are the questions the universe is asking, pushing you to answer in the most challenging of ways. How do you respond when the world seems to be against you and all you have left is your faith? Think of the story of Moses in the Bible. Moses was called by God to lead the Israelites out of Egypt. But before he could take on this monumental role, he had to endure years of hardship. He fled from Egypt, lived in exile, and encountered countless challenges. But those years in the wilderness were not punishment, they were preparation. God used those years to refine Moses, to teach him to trust him fully, and to prepare him for the immense responsibility ahead. In Exodus 3:10-12, God says to Moses, "So now, go. I am sending you to Pharaoh to bring my people, the Israelites, out of Egypt." Despite his initial doubts and fears, Moses stepped into his divine purpose, a purpose that would have been impossible had he not gone through the trials that shaped him. Could it be that your struggles are preparing you for something even greater than you can imagine? The truth is, you probably didn't volunteer for this journey. No one asks for hardship, especially not in ways that seem to break your spirit. But for reasons you may not fully understand yet, you were chosen. The universe saw something in you, an innate potential, a light within you, or an ability to rise above the chaos that would break most others. And the hardest truth is that not everyone survives these tests. Some get caught in the pain, unable to see past it, and they never make it through. But if you're still here, still standing, still fighting, then you're proving your worthiness, not to anyone else, but to yourself and to the universe that placed you on this path. As James 1:12 says, "Blessed is the one who perseveres under trial, because having stood the test, that person will receive the crown of life that the Lord has promised to those who love him." When the time comes for you to step into your extraordinary role, you will understand why the fire was necessary. The very challenges that once seemed like an overwhelming weight will reveal themselves as the tools that forged your strength. The trials you endured weren't to break you, they were to shape you into someone capable of achieving the incredible things that lie ahead. Do you see the strength that has already been built within you, even in the midst of your struggles? Your resilience, your faith, and your perseverance are the evidence that you were never meant to fail. You were meant to rise. Gaslighting your greatness is one of the most insidious tactics the world uses to keep you small. It starts early, often from those you expect to support you, the ones closest to you, like family, friends, and even teachers. These people, the ones you trust, may tell you to stay humble or to be realistic. At first it seems like good advice, but what they're really doing is trying to keep you within the boundaries of what they can comprehend. Your potential, your dreams, even your mere presence unsettles them, so they convince you that it doesn't even exist. Have you ever felt like your dreams were too big for those around you to understand? Could it be that their discomfort stems from their inability to see what you're truly capable of? Society plays its part in this too. It rewards conformity and punishes those who dare to be different. The world doesn't appreciate those who refuse to fit into its narrow molds, those who challenge the status quo. When you begin to show signs of something more, whether through your talents, your ideas, or your unyielding resilience, the world moves quickly to label you as arrogant, difficult, or even delusional. It's not that you are wrong for believing in yourself, it's that your belief in your greatness disrupts the systems that prefer things to stay the same. Think of the story of David and Goliath. David, a young shepherd boy, was labeled by others as unworthy, unfit for battle, but he stepped forward anyway, armed only with his faith and his courage. In 1 Samuel 17:45, David says, "You come against me with sword and spear, but I come against you in the name of the Lord Almighty." His belief in his own potential, despite how others viewed him, led him to victory. Can you relate to that feeling of standing firm in your belief, even when the world seems determined to tell you otherwise? The most dangerous part of this gaslighting is how convincing it can be. Over time, you may start to internalize their doubts, their criticisms. You might find yourself questioning your abilities, shrinking your dreams, or staying silent when you should be speaking up. You might tell yourself you're just like everyone else, even when everything inside you is telling you that you're not. Do you ever have moments when you doubt yourself, when the noise of others clouds your inner truth? Those are the moments when the world tries to keep you small, to make you believe that you don't deserve more. But deep down, you know the truth. You feel it in the stillness, in the moments when everything quiets down and you are left alone with your thoughts. That spark of greatness, the one that others tried to bury, is still there. It hasn't gone away. It's just been overshadowed by the doubts they've imposed on you. Here's the reality. The world doesn't gaslight what isn't a threat. They wouldn't go to such lengths to make you question your potential if there wasn't something truly remarkable about you. If you weren't destined for something extraordinary, they wouldn't work so hard to make you doubt your worth. As Jesus said in Matthew 5:14-16, "You are the light of the world. A town built on a hill cannot be hidden. The world tries to dim your light, but the truth is, that light will never be extinguished. The sooner you accept this truth, the sooner you embrace the greatness that's within you, the sooner you will become unstoppable." And that is exactly what they fear. The moment you realize your true power, when nothing can hold you back. Because then, nothing in this world will ever stop you from becoming everything you were meant to be. What you endured wasn't just cruelty. It was a direct attack on the very essence of your humanity. It went beyond physical pain or emotional manipulation. The purpose behind it was far darker: to strip you of your dignity, to make you feel less than human, to disconnect you from your sense of self and your connection to the world around you. It wasn't enough for them to harm you. They wanted to hollow you out, to break you down so thoroughly that you would be left as nothing more than a shell of the person you once were. Have you ever wondered why the cruelty you faced felt so personal, so designed to leave a permanent mark on your soul? Could it be that their intent was not just to hurt you, but to erase you entirely? This is what makes their actions a sickness beyond belief. True cruelty doesn't stop at mere harm, it seeks to obliterate. They didn't just target your confidence or your happiness, they aimed at your very identity. They wanted you to forget who you were, to disconnect from your inherent worth, and to question whether you even deserved to exist. It shows in the way they dismissed your pain, treated you as if your voice didn't matter, as if your existence was of no consequence. This kind of treatment seeks to make you invisible, to reduce your being to something insignificant. Have you ever felt like the world ignored your pain, as if no one saw or cared about what you were going through? That's when dehumanization begins, when others attempt to convince you that you are nothing more than a shadow. Over time, this kind of dehumanization seeps into your mind. You start to see yourself the way they wanted you to: small, powerless, and unworthy. The internalized message of being insignificant becomes difficult to shake. But here's the truth they never understood. Dehumanization only works if you allow it. They underestimated the resilience of the human spirit, your spirit. Even though they may have stripped away comforts, love, and perhaps even hope for a while, they could never fully erase what makes you you. The essence of who you are, the light within you, could never be extinguished, no matter how much they tried to stamp it out. The story of Job in the Bible provides a powerful example of this. Job was stripped of everything, his health, his wealth, his family, but he never lost his faith in God. In Job 19:25-26 he declares, "I know that my Redeemer lives, and that in the end he will stand on the earth. And after my skin has been destroyed, yet in my flesh I will see God." Despite the immense suffering and dehumanization he faced, Job's spirit remained unbroken. Could it be that your own trials are shaping you into someone stronger than you ever realized? Rising from this kind of darkness isn't easy. It's not something that happens overnight. The road to reclaiming your humanity, to rediscovering your true self, is long and often filled with setbacks. But every step you take toward healing, toward embracing your worth and your voice, is an act of rebellion against the sickness that sought to break you. You are living proof that even the most malicious attempts to destroy someone can fail. They tried to erase you, to make you disappear, but you're still here. You're still standing. And that alone is more powerful than anything they could have imagined. Your survival is a testament to the strength and resilience of the human spirit. Your spirit, which can never truly be broken, as Romans 8:37 reminds us. No, in all these things, we are more than conquerors through him who loved us. Your victory is already written in the strength you've shown by simply continuing to exist. There is something about your resilience that defies logic, something that baffles even those who tried their hardest to break you. They thought they had you cornered, shattered, or completely destroyed. They threw everything they could at you: manipulation, cruelty, isolation, believing that this would be the thing that finally made you crumble. And for a moment, maybe you did. Maybe you doubted yourself. Maybe you fell. Perhaps you even stayed down longer than you wanted to. But here's the thing. You did get back up, and that's exactly what terrifies them. It's not just that you survived, it's that you refused to stay broken. Have you ever wondered why they couldn't just let you be? Could it be that your resilience threatens everything they believe about themselves? They can't understand it because it's not a strength they have. People who try to destroy others do so from a place of fear and weakness. They project their own insecurities onto you, hoping that by breaking you, they can feel more powerful. But when you rise again, stronger, wiser, and more determined than before, it leaves them stunned. They can't comprehend how you can withstand what they thought would defeat you. They can't fathom how you can still stand tall after everything they've thrown at you. But this is exactly why they fail. Your resilience exposes something they desperately don't want to face: their own fragility. It forces them to confront the fact that deep down, they know they wouldn't survive the same trials you've endured. And that realization eats away at them. Have you ever wondered if their attempts to tear you down were really about them, not you? What if their hatred of your strength is simply a reflection of their own weaknesses? The more you thrive, the more baffled they become. They will hold on to their bitterness, telling themselves that it's unfair, that you were just lucky, or that you were favored. But deep down, they know the truth. They underestimated you. They thought they were in control of your fate, that they could dictate your ending. But all they did was set the stage for your greatest comeback. And nothing terrifies an abuser more than the proof that they never truly had power over you. Your story is not defined by their actions. It's defined by your ability to rise again and again in spite of everything they threw at you. Think about the story of Joseph in the Bible. Joseph was betrayed by his own brothers, sold into slavery, and cast aside. Yet, despite the cruelty he faced, he rose to power in Egypt, becoming second only to Pharaoh. In Genesis 50:20, Joseph says to his brothers, "You intended to harm me, but God intended it for good to accomplish what is now being done, the saving of many lives." Joseph's story is a powerful reminder that what others intend to destroy, God uses to shape something greater. Your story is the same. The more they tried to break you, the stronger you became. And that's something they could never understand. The Apostle Paul provides another example of resilience in the face of suffering. In 2 Corinthians 4:8-9 he writes, "We are hard-pressed on every side, but not crushed, perplexed, but not in despair, persecuted, but not abandoned, struck down, but not destroyed." Paul's words capture the essence of true resilience, being pressed and persecuted but never defeated. No matter how many times you've been knocked down, you have the power to get back up because you are not crushed. The strength you carry within is a divine strength, just as Paul's was. Finally, think of the story of Jesus in the Garden of Gethsemane. Before his crucifixion, he prayed earnestly, knowing the suffering he would face. In Matthew 26:39, Jesus says, "My Father, if it is possible, may this cup be taken from me, yet not as I will, but as you will." Even Jesus, in his humanity, knew the weight of what he would endure, yet he rose to fulfill his purpose. He embraced his trials, knowing that they were part of his greater mission. Similarly, your trials have a purpose, a divine purpose, and you too have the strength to rise and fulfill your calling. Your resilience is proof that you are not defined by what others do to you, but by what you choose to do in response. You are the living evidence that even when life tries to crush you, you have the strength to stand up again and show the world your true power. And that, more than anything, terrifies those who thought they could control you. As Philippians 4:13 says, "I can do all things through Christ who strengthens me." Your strength is not your own. It is a divine strength that the world cannot break. Being chosen means that you don't merely exist in the world, you reflect it. You become a mirror for everyone around you, whether they realize it or not. Your presence alone can unsettle people because it forces them to confront truths about themselves that they would rather ignore. It's not something you do intentionally. It's simply who you are. But for many, that reflection can be more than they can bear. When people look at you, they don't just see you. They see what they are not. Your drive highlights their complacency. Your courage underscores their fear, and your resilience reminds them of the excuses they've made. Have you ever noticed how some people react strongly to your very presence, even though you've done nothing to provoke them? It's because your mere existence forces them to reckon with things they would rather keep hidden. This is why chosen ones often face hostility and criticism. It's not really about you, it's about what you represent. You embody everything they wish they could be, but don't have the courage to confront in themselves. Your very being challenges their comfort zones, making them feel exposed and vulnerable. When people are unwilling to face their own darkness, it's easier to project their insecurities, anger, and frustrations onto you than to face the uncomfortable truths within. Do you ever feel like you're being blamed for things that have nothing to do with you? Could it be that instead of truly seeing you, they are seeing a reflection of everything they are trying to avoid? Take the story of King Saul and David from the Bible. Saul, the king, was deeply troubled by David's growing favor and success. In 1 Samuel 18:8-9, Saul becomes enraged and begins to see David not as a person, but as a threat to his own sense of power. Saul was very angry. This refrain galled him. They have credited David with tens of thousands, he thought, but me with only thousands. What more can he get but the kingdom? Saul's insecurities, jealousy, and fear caused him to project hostility onto David, not because David had wronged him, but because David's success mirrored his own shortcomings. David was simply being himself, yet Saul saw that as an affront to his own inadequacies. Could it be that, like Saul, some people in your life have treated you unfairly simply because your presence forces them to see their own weaknesses? Being a mirror is lonely. It's a role that isolates you, even though you may not have asked for it. The very thing that makes you special, the light you carry, also causes others to feel uncomfortable in your presence. People may misjudge you, resent you, or even hate you, not for anything you've done, but for the truths you reveal about them. It's a difficult position to be in, especially when the world tells you that you should hide your light rather than risk making others uncomfortable. But here's the hard truth. You were never meant to hide your light. In Matthew 5:14-16, Jesus tells us, "You are the light of the world. A town built on a hill cannot be hidden. Neither do people light a lamp and put it under a bowl. Instead, they put it on its stand, and it gives light to everyone in the house." Your light isn't meant to be hidden because it makes others uncomfortable. The world needs mirrors, even if people are unwilling to look at their reflection. For every person who rejects what they see in you, there will be another who is inspired to face their own reflection and make the necessary changes to grow. This is the true power of being chosen. Your presence forces transformation. Whether or not others accept it, you are fulfilling a divine purpose by simply being yourself. You are a living testament to the power of self-awareness and change, and your light will shine through, even when it's difficult. As 2 Corinthians 3:18 says, "And we all, who with unveiled faces contemplate the Lord's glory, are being transformed into his image with ever-increasing glory, which comes from the Lord, who is the Spirit." By reflecting the truth of who you are, you offer others the chance to be transformed as well. Even when they don't want to see it, your light is still doing its work. Seeing the truth is both a gift and a curse. The deeper your trials, the sharper your vision becomes. Through your pain, you've gained an unsettling clarity about the world, how people operate, the lies they tell to survive, and the systems built on corruption and control. This awareness doesn't come without a price. The more you see, the harder it becomes to relate to those who remain blind to it. Most people live in comfortable illusions, carefully curated to protect them from confronting the harsh realities of their lives. They don't want to see the truth about themselves, their relationships, or the world around them. But for you, once the truth is revealed, it cannot be unseen. The weight of this understanding often feels heavy. You notice the manipulations behind smiles, the fear disguised as authority, and the selfishness buried beneath so-called acts of selflessness. Have you ever felt like you were seeing a reality that others refuse to acknowledge? Can you feel the isolation that comes with knowing truths that others can't or won't accept? It's not that you want to see these things. They simply are there, glaringly obvious to someone who has lived through the hardest of trials. You've walked through darkness, and now that you've emerged, the light shines too brightly for you to ignore the shadows. This clarity often isolates you. It's hard to explain to others what you've come to understand. When you try, they might dismiss you as cynical, paranoid, or even delusional. They don't want to see what you see because the truth is heavy. It forces them to confront things they aren't ready to face. In John 3:19-20, Jesus says, "This is the verdict. Light has come into the world, but people loved darkness instead of light because their deeds were evil. Everyone who does evil hates the light and will not come into the light for fear that their deeds will be exposed." Just like this passage, many people avoid the truth because it exposes what they are trying to keep hidden. So you walk alone, burdened by knowledge that separates you from the crowd. This loneliness, however, is also what sets you apart. By seeing through the lies, you've become a beacon, someone who can guide others out of the fog, even if they resist at first. You may not have asked for this role, but it's yours. In Matthew 5:14-16, Jesus tells us, "You are the light of the world. A town built on a hill cannot be hidden. Your clarity makes you a lighthouse in the darkness. Though the world may not always appreciate your light, it is still necessary. Your understanding of the truth, as uncomfortable as it may be, is exactly what the world needs. Without it, the lies would continue unchecked, and the sickness of deception would spread further. The isolation you feel is a mark of your strength, not a weakness. It's a sign that you are capable of seeing beyond the surface, of holding on to the light even when the world around you prefers the shadows. Think of the story of the prophet Elijah in the Bible. Elijah lived during a time when Israel was deeply entrenched in idolatry and sin, and his message was one that no one wanted to hear. Yet, despite the rejection and hostility, Elijah remained steadfast in his calling. He saw the truth about Israel's spiritual condition, and his role was to expose that truth. In 1 Kings 19:10, Elijah says to God, "I have been very zealous for the Lord God Almighty. The Israelites have rejected your covenant, torn down your altars, and put your prophets to death with the sword. I am the only one left, and now they are trying to kill me too." Elijah's story is one of loneliness and isolation, but it is also a testimony to the power of holding on to the truth, even when it feels like you are standing alone. You may feel like you're walking a solitary path, but remember this: your clarity and ability to see through the lies are the very things that can transform others. As uncomfortable as the truth can be, it is a light in the darkness that the world desperately needs. Your resilience in carrying it is not just a burden. It is a gift that has the power to change lives. In the end, your loneliness is not a sign of weakness. It's a testament to the strength and truth you carry. What many fail to understand about you is that your strength is not a gift. It's a burden. People look at you and see someone who has it all together, someone who overcomes everything with ease. But the truth is, every ounce of that strength came at a price. You didn't ask for this path. You didn't choose to be the one who had to endure the pain, the struggles, and the constant challenges. This path chose you, and with it came scars that most people can't even fathom. Have you ever wondered why others don't see the toll it takes on you, only the strength that comes from it? Could it be that they only admire what they don't understand and never see the burden of what you've had to endure to survive? Strength is often romanticized. People admire it from a distance, envy it, and believe it comes easily to those who possess it. But what they don't realize is that true strength is built on the foundation of suffering. Each time you rose from the ashes, it was because you were burned. Every battle you fought left marks that can never fully heal. You carry them not as trophies of victory, but as painful reminders of the cost of your survival. The Apostle Paul, in 2 Corinthians 12:9, speaks of his own struggle. But he said to me, "My grace is sufficient for you, for my power is made perfect in weakness. Therefore I will boast all the more gladly of my weaknesses, so that the power of Christ may rest upon me." Paul understood that true strength isn't about avoiding suffering, it's about embracing it and finding power in the midst of it. Does that resonate with you? Have you found strength in the broken places of your life, even when others couldn't see it? It's not easy to be strong when the world constantly expects it from you. There's this unspoken belief that people like you don't break, don't struggle, don't need help. But the truth is, your strength comes from having been broken and pieced together more times than you care to count. Every time you've been pushed to the edge, you've had to find a way to hold on. And even when you felt like giving up, something deep within you refused to quit. As Psalm 34:18 reminds us, "The Lord is close to the brokenhearted and saves those who are crushed in spirit." It's in those moments of brokenness that your true strength is forged, not because you are immune to pain, but because you rise from it, time and time again. Your resilience is forged in pain, not privilege. You fight because you have no choice. Life doesn't give you the option to turn back or to sit still. It pushes you forward, whether you're ready or not. And with every victory, there's always another challenge ahead. People see the strength, but they don't see the burden behind it. They don't see the quiet exhaustion, the weight you carry, or the moments of doubt that you push through, because there's simply no other option. It can feel like you're expected to be unbreakable, but in reality, your strength is what has been created from your breaking. Your story isn't about avoiding challenges, it's about enduring them and emerging stronger each time. This journey wasn't chosen by you, it was thrust upon you. And while you carry it, you also understand that the strength you possess isn't just a reflection of your survival, it's a testament to the battles others never had to face. Your strength speaks to the resilience that many will never understand. It's not a gift given to you because you were special. It's something you've earned day by day through the fires of life. Just like Job in the Bible, whose trials were overwhelming but ultimately led to greater blessings, your strength is not just about surviving, but about transforming through your suffering. As Job 42:5 says, "My ears had heard of you, but now my eyes have seen you." The trials you faced have opened your eyes to a deeper understanding of your own strength, and that is something no one can ever take away from you. There's a power in forgiveness that most people will never fully understand. It's not about letting your abusers off the hook or pretending that what was done to you didn't matter. No, it's about reclaiming something they tried to steal from you, your peace. The real power of forgiveness lies in transcending the hurt, not for their sake, but for your own. It's a radical act, one that flips the script on everything they tried to make you feel. Have you ever wondered how your healing could be in your hands, not theirs? Forgiveness isn't about releasing them from their actions. It's about releasing yourself from the grip of their control. When you forgive, you're not excusing their actions. You're refusing to let them control you any longer. Every time you hold on to hatred or bitterness, you're giving them power over you. They continue to exist in your mind, shaping your thoughts and emotions, even long after the abuse has stopped. But when you choose forgiveness, not as a gift to them, but as an act of liberation for yourself, you break those chains. You release the hold they've had on your soul. Have you felt that weight, the heaviness of holding on to past pain? What if letting go of that burden could free you in ways you never imagined? Forgiveness doesn't mean forgetting. It means acknowledging the pain, confronting the damage, and then making the conscious decision to let go. It's the ultimate rejection of the power they thought they had over you. By forgiving, you take back control. You decide that the past will not dictate your future, that the wounds they inflicted will not define who you are. In Ephesians 4:31-32, we are urged, get rid of all bitterness, rage and anger, brawling and slander, along with every form of malice. Be kind and compassionate to one another, forgiving each other, just as in Christ God forgave you. This act of forgiveness, rooted in grace, is about reclaiming the peace and power that was always yours. Have you ever thought about forgiveness in these terms, not as something you do for them, but as something you do for your own freedom? This is what makes forgiveness revolutionary. It's a declaration of your own strength. It says that you are bigger than the pain they caused you. You are not their victim. You are your own person, free to move forward. Think of the story of Joseph in the Bible. After being sold into slavery by his brothers, Joseph had the power to seek revenge, yet he chose to forgive them. In Genesis 50:19-21, he says, "Don't be afraid. Am I in the place of God? You intended to harm me, but God intended it for good to accomplish what is now being done, the saving of many lives. So then, don't be afraid. I will provide for you and your children." Joseph's forgiveness wasn't just for the sake of his brothers. It was an act of liberation for himself, freeing him from the chains of bitterness. His act of forgiveness changed the course of his family's future. It's the kind of power that terrifies those who tried to destroy you. Because the moment you forgive, you become unstoppable. The moment you choose to release the grip of bitterness and anger, you gain control over your own life. And that is the ultimate form of revenge, not in what you do to them, but in what you do for yourself. You become a force that cannot be controlled, a person who walks in freedom. As Jesus says in Matthew 6:14-15, "For if you forgive other people when they sin against you, your heavenly Father will also forgive you. But if you do not forgive others their sins, your Father will not forgive your sins." Forgiveness is not just about letting go of past hurts. It's about opening the door to the future you were always meant to have. Forgiveness doesn't just change the story of the past, it transforms your future. And that transformation is what makes you truly unstoppable. What was done to you wasn't an isolated incident. It's part of a much larger systemic pattern that has existed for generations. The sickness you endured isn't just personal, it's pervasive, woven into the very fabric of society. It's in the systems that silence voices, in the structures that oppress, and in the cultures that enable cruelty. This is not just about what happened to you, it's about what is happening to so many others. And while the weight of that truth can feel overwhelming, here's the powerful reality. Your story, raw and unfiltered, is not just yours. By sharing it, you become the voice of those who have suffered in silence, hidden behind their own pain, shame, and fear. Have you ever thought about how your experience could resonate with someone else's? Someone who thought they were alone in their struggles. The more you speak out, the more you awaken others to the reality of what they've experienced but never had the words for. Your pain becomes a mirror for their own struggles, and in that reflection they finally understand that they are not alone. You're giving them permission to acknowledge their own wounds, to confront the ways they've been silenced, and to rise above what was done to them. There's an undeniable power in telling your truth. It's not just about venting or seeking sympathy. It's about breaking the silence that has kept so many bound. In Revelation 12:11 it says, "They triumphed over him by the blood of the Lamb and by the word of their testimony. They did not love their lives so much as to shrink from death." Your testimony has the power to triumph over the darkness. It's through sharing your truth that the chains of silence are broken and the world starts to heal. By speaking your story, you not only reclaim your own narrative, but you also challenge the system that tried to keep it hidden. Your words become a catalyst for change, sparking a movement of healing, resilience, and collective uprising. The pain you carry may have been forced upon you, but how you use it will always be your choice. As Isaiah 61:3 promises, to provide for those who grieve, to bestow on them a crown of beauty instead of ashes, the oil of joy instead of mourning, and a garment of praise instead of a spirit of despair. Your pain doesn't have to remain a symbol of suffering. It can be transformed into something beautiful, something that helps others rise from the ashes of their own struggles. By sharing your story, you are turning your pain into a powerful force, one that not only heals you, but also ignites the flames of empowerment in others. That is where true change begins. You are leading a movement, not by seeking vengeance, but by transforming your suffering into strength and offering it to those who need it. In 2 Corinthians 1:4, it says, "Who comforts us in all our troubles, so that we can comfort those in any trouble with the comfort we ourselves receive from God. Your story, once a source of deep hurt, can now become a wellspring of healing for others. And in that healing, true transformation takes place. Your voice matters, your story matters, and through it, the world can change. What was done to you wasn't random. It was part of a larger, darker system that sought to diminish your worth, silence your voice, and break your spirit. But despite it all, you're still here. Your story is the story of survival against overwhelming odds, of resilience in the face of unimaginable cruelty. It's the story of someone who has been tested, pushed to the brink, and still found a way to rise. The pain, the betrayal, the dehumanization, they were all meant to make you small, to make you forget your power. But in the process, you've discovered something no one could ever take from you: your strength. Your resilience is not a privilege, it's a weapon forged in fire, a force that terrifies those who tried to break you. They wanted to destroy you, to make you question your worth, to see you defeated. But you didn't crumble. Instead, you became stronger. You turned each blow into fuel for your fire, each wound into a lesson, each moment of doubt into unwavering conviction. Your resilience is the strength they never counted on, the strength that proves they could never defeat you. This strength is not just for you. It's a testament to what's possible when you refuse to be broken. It's a reminder to everyone who has faced injustice. You are more powerful than they ever imagined. Your forgiveness is not for them. It's your liberation, your ultimate act of defiance, a declaration that you will not be bound by their hatred or fear. Through your journey, you've learned that forgiveness is not about excusing their actions. It's about reclaiming your peace, your power, and your future. By forgiving, you break the chains that once held you captive, and you refuse to let their cruelty define your story. You've chosen freedom over bitterness, healing over hatred. This, in itself, is revolutionary. You've shown the world that nothing can control you. Not their abuse, not their lies, not their fear. Through your journey, you've become more than just a survivor. You've become a catalyst for change. Your story, told in all its rawness and truth, is a beacon for others who have suffered in silence. By sharing it, you become their voice, their permission to heal, to rise, to take back what was stolen from them. You are giving others the courage to face their own battles, to find their own strength, and to reclaim their own power. In telling your truth, you are rewriting the narrative for countless others who felt voiceless and invisible. And in this, you realize that the very thing they tried to use to destroy you, the pain, the suffering, is what will ultimately set you free. This is the power of being chosen. You are the one who was strong enough to bear the weight, to carry the burden, to stand when everything around you crumbled. And now, as you stand, you light the way for others to do the same. You are no longer just enduring, you are leading. Your light illuminates the path for those who are still in the darkness, showing them that survival is only the beginning. That transformation, healing, and victory are possible. The world may have tried to break you, but in the end, it's your unbreakable spirit that will change everything. You are not just a survivor. You are a force, a movement, and the future itself. You are the change the world needs, the light that cannot be extinguished, and nothing, not even the darkest forces, can ever take that from you. As Romans 8:37 reminds us, "No, in all these things we are more than conquerors through him who loved us." You are more than a conqueror. You are a living testament to the power of resilience, forgiveness, and the strength of a spirit that cannot be broken. As we reflect on the incredible journey of God's chosen ones, let this be a reminder that what was meant to break you only served to make you stronger. Your story, though rooted in trials and unimaginable challenges, will inspire countless others. The darkness you endured will become the light that guides someone else. Remember, God doesn't waste pain. He uses it to create purpose. If this message touched your heart, please consider supporting this ministry through a super thanks donation. Your generosity helps us continue to share these uplifting messages, and we deeply appreciate each and every contribution. If you're unable to give, know that your presence and support mean the world to us. Thank you for being here. Don't forget to like this video, subscribe to the channel, and share this message with someone who needs it. Also, let us know your thoughts in the comments below. Your testimony could be the encouragement someone else needs. May God bless you abundantly and cover you with His favor, whether you gave or simply watched and shared this time with us. You are deeply loved, and your best days are ahead. Stay strong and keep shining His light. Have you ever paused to reflect on why your life feels different, marked by trials that seem heavier, but victories that shine brighter? God's chosen ones, you were never meant to follow the crowd. From the beginning, you were set apart, chosen to stand tall as an example of faith, perseverance, and purpose. Others may have misunderstood you, doubted you, or even looked down on you, but now your strength and unwavering resolve speak volumes. You've proven that a divine calling is never silenced by the opinions of others. Today, you're called to embrace your light and inspire those around you who need to see what walking in faith truly looks like. If this message resonates with your journey, I invite you to comment 777 below as a sign of your connection to this divine purpose. And to everyone who has supported this channel through Super Thanks, thank you for your incredible generosity. You are helping to spread hope and encouragement far and wide. Now, let's uncover the deeper truth about why you've been chosen to lead and inspire others. What does it truly mean to be a beacon of light in a world filled with shadows? Are your struggles and triumphs part of a divine design to shape you into an example that others can follow? Let's explore the powerful role you're destined to play in bringing God's glory to the world. God's chosen ones. You were chosen to be an example for everyone. You are the chosen ones, destined to shine as an example for others, and with this divine calling comes the profound responsibility to preserve your essence and strength on this sacred journey. Amid life's trials, it can be difficult to understand why challenges arise or why hostility seems to surface without cause. Have you ever wondered why people target you, even when you have done no wrong? Often, these challenges stem not from your actions, but from the inner turmoil of others, envy, insecurity, or resentment that drives them to project negativity onto you. The Bible reminds us, "The heart is deceitful above all things and beyond cure. Who can understand it?" Jeremiah 17:9. Their inner chaos leads them to diminish and tarnish, painting false images that mislead others into unfair judgments. But here is an undeniable truth. The weight of truth is unstoppable, and it will eventually crush even the deepest lies. The universe, guided by divine order, seeks to restore balance. As Proverbs 21:15 declares, "When justice is done, it brings joy to the righteous, but terror to evildoers." Those who cannot confront their inner conflicts will inevitably face the consequences of their actions. The masks they wear will fall, revealing their true faces. Can you see how the trials you've endured were never truly about you, but about the unresolved struggles within those who opposed you? In their pursuit to harm, they have unknowingly set themselves on a path towards self-reflection and reckoning. In this battle, you have uncovered a strength within yourself that few possess. Instead of succumbing to the burdens others tried to place upon you, you chose to rise above, letting go of bitterness, and embracing growth. What was meant to harm you became the very tool that God used to transform you into a person of greater resilience. As Romans 8:28 reminds us, "And we know that in all things God works for the good of those who love him." You have been rebuilt on a foundation that no storm can shake. Every experience, every tear, and every trial has contributed to the structure of who you are now, a person grounded in faith and unyielding strength. Now, as you step into this renewed phase of life, something remarkable is happening. The light within you, cultivated through prayer and spiritual growth, is shining brighter than ever. Do you feel the shift? The people around you are beginning to see it too, a transformation so profound that it defies explanation. Where once there was pain, there is now peace. Where there was insecurity, there is confidence. Your renewed connection to your essence radiates, and the false perceptions others once held are fading. Jesus himself said, "Let your light shine before others, that they may see your good deeds and glorify your Father in heaven." Matthew 5:16. This light, your truth, can no longer be overshadowed by deception. As others witness your transformation, the narratives of the past are unraveling. Those who once believed in the distorted images painted about you are now questioning, could what we heard really be true? These questions are the whispers of truth emerging from the shadows. The judgments once cast upon you now seem hollow in light of your growth. People are beginning to see that these falsehoods were never about you, but a reflection of the emptiness in those who tried to extinguish your light. Their attempts to diminish you were futile, because, as John 1:5 states, "The light shines in the darkness, and the darkness has not overcome it." The very presence of your truth is dismantling every misleading narrative. You are living proof of the transformative power of God's hand in your life. Have you noticed how those who once sought to harm you now seem uneasy in your presence? They are being confronted by their own shortcomings as your resilience and grace shine brighter. This is the power of being chosen, not just to endure, but to emerge stronger, wiser, and more radiant. Can you see how your story is inspiring others? How your victory over adversity is pointing them toward the divine truth? The trials you faced have not defined you. They have refined you. You are no longer weighed down by the shadows of the past. Instead, you stand as a beacon of hope and an example of what faith and perseverance can achieve. And, as you move forward, the light within you will continue to illuminate the path for others, proving once again that no darkness can overcome the glow of a soul chosen and blessed by God. Your progress in life is a testament to both your inner strength and the divine guidance that has shaped your journey. Where you stand today, the clarity of truth is undeniable. The baseless harm directed toward you has been revealed for what it truly was, a reflection of others' insecurities, not your worth. Though their judgments and misconceptions aimed to diminish you, they were powerless to halt your ascent. Instead, you grew stronger and more self-aware, embodying the resilience spoken of in Isaiah 40:31. But those who hope in the Lord will renew their strength. They will soar on wings like eagles. They will run and not grow weary. They will walk and not be faint. The deceptive accusations against you have now been stripped of their influence. As people witness your life, they cannot deny the evidence of transformation. The false narratives have crumbled, leaving only the brilliance of your truth. Does this not remind us of Joseph, who, despite being betrayed by his brothers and sold into slavery, rose to a position of power and saved nations? Just as Joseph declared in Genesis 50:20, "You intended to harm me, but God intended it for good." So too have your trials been transformed into triumphs for His glory. In God's perfect plan, your place is sacred and your life is a reflection of His grace and purpose. Your transformation not only uplifts you, but inspires those who have been witnesses to your journey. By persevering through adversity with faith, you have shown the world the strength of your character and the depth of your purpose. The shadows of your past have given way to a light that cannot be hidden, for truth always rises above falsehood. How often do we see this principle play out in Scripture, where the humble are exalted and the righteous vindicated? As Proverbs 4:18 says, "The path of the righteous is like the morning sun, shining ever brighter till the full light of day." If those who judged you had sought to truly understand you, they would have recognized the goodness and sincerity you have carried all along. Yet, their choice to believe baseless gossip has left them grappling with the emptiness of their judgments. Now, as time has eroded those falsehoods, your story shines as a beacon of authenticity and strength. Have you noticed how the whispers of doubt around you have been replaced by awe and admiration? This is the power of divine justice at work, peeling back the layers of deceit to reveal the truth. When the fog of misjudgment is lifted, even those who were misled are forced to reflect. Decisions once made on hearsay now confront the light of reality, leaving space for regret and a re-evaluation of their actions. Those who formed their opinions based on others' voices now see how groundless those perceptions were. Yet their misunderstanding was never your burden to bear. You were called to walk a path illuminated by faith, not by the approval of others. Psalm 27:1 echoes this truth. "The Lord is my light and my salvation, whom shall I fear?" Through your resilience and unwavering dedication to truth, you have demonstrated that your worth is not defined by others' misconceptions. It is defined by your actions, your faith, and your steadfast determination. Those who once misunderstood you now see the undeniable integrity and strength you possess. Have they begun to question the emptiness of their own judgments? Your story, like a city on a hill, cannot be hidden. Matthew 5:14. It stands as a testament to what happens when faith and perseverance guide a person's steps. Your path has never depended on the understanding or approval of others. You owe nothing to their delayed recognition of your truth. You simply moved forward, leaving behind their misjudgments and walking into the fullness of your potential. Have you wondered why their opposition seemed so intense? It was not merely who you are, but what you carry, the potential, the vision, and the path that God has laid before you. That unsettled them. As they spent their days in superficial pursuits, you chose a different course, one marked by purpose and faith. Their envy and misunderstanding stemmed from their inability to comprehend the depth of your journey. Instead of questioning their own stagnation, they projected their dissatisfaction onto you. Yet, like the parable of the talents, Matthew 25:14-30, you chose to invest what you were given wisely, multiplying your gifts while others buried theirs. Their lives, rooted in superficiality, lacked the meaning and depth you pursued. This is why you stand where you are today, strong, transformed, and a living example of the power of God's purpose. Your dedication to self-awareness and unwavering commitment to personal growth have created a transformation that defies the limits of others' understanding. This journey, forged not with fleeting words but through steadfast actions, has strengthened your story beyond measure. The years you spent in silence, focusing on inner alignment and spiritual growth, brought forth a profound renewal that others, bound by their own limitations, could not grasp. As the truth of your transformation becomes undeniable, even those who once clung to falsehoods are forced to confront their fears and inadequacies. Yet their realizations, whether late or incomplete, are not your burden to bear. Like Jesus, who bore the scorn of others in silence, you chose to move forward, letting your actions speak louder than any defense. The Lord will fight for you. You need only to be still. Exodus 14:14. The lessons of the past are not just for you, but for everyone involved. The truth revealed through trials has illuminated the intentions of those who sought to harm you, yet their role in your journey has ended. Their distance does not diminish your light, nor does it erase the harm they attempted. Your worth has always been grounded in something far greater than fleeting judgments. It is rooted in divine truth. As Psalm 37:6 assures us, He will make your righteous reward shine like the dawn, your vindication like the noonday sun. Have you noticed how the opinions of others, once so loud, now seem irrelevant? The actions they took and the words they spoke were never a reflection of your value, but of their own struggles. Your resilience and faith have proved who you are, a creation of purpose and strength, designed to shine even in the darkest moments. Today, your presence radiates transformation, inner strength, and higher purpose. This moment of clarity is not merely about elevation, but about understanding the path that has been prepared for you. Your journey has never been about proving your worth to others. It has always been about aligning with the divine power that guides you. Have you considered how every step, even the painful ones, has shaped you into the person you are now? As Romans 5:3-4 reminds us, we also glory in our sufferings, because we know that suffering produces perseverance, perseverance character, and character hope. Those who wronged you now observe from afar, their perception shifting as they see the undeniable truth of your life. Yet their regrets or realizations remain their own to confront. You have chosen a higher path, guided by faith and inner peace, untethered to the need for their approval or understanding. Your decision to move forward was never about them. It was about honoring the call placed on your life. Do you feel how liberating it is to release the weight of others' misconceptions and walk freely into your purpose? Your story stands as a testament to authenticity and resilience. The very people who once doubted you now see your unshakable truth. But their acknowledgement does not define your path, for your journey has always been divinely orchestrated. As Isaiah 41:10 declares, "So do not fear, for I am with you. Do not be dismayed, for I am your God. I will strengthen you and help you. I will uphold you with my righteous right hand." The road ahead is not determined by the misconceptions of the past, but by the limitless potential you have embraced. Every stage of your life has been a deliberate part of God's plan, designed to refine and prepare you for the purpose only you can fulfill. In the silence, you preserved your identity and values, resisting the chaos and growing in wisdom and peace. Now, this peace radiates outward, touching those around you in ways that inspire and uplift. Have you noticed how the very people who once sought to belittle you are now wrestling with their own inner conflicts? Yet, this is not your burden to carry. Their struggles are theirs alone, a result of the dissonance they feel when faced with your truth. As you continue to rise, not in reaction to their actions, but as a natural progression of your commitment to purpose, you demonstrate what it means to walk in divine alignment. Like a tree planted by streams of water, Psalm 1:3, you flourish, untouched by the storms of the past. Your journey is far from over. It is unfolding into the abundant life God has prepared for you. Every trial, every moment of silence, and every act of faith has brought you closer to the fullness of your destiny. What lies ahead is a continuation of this divine plan, marked by peace, balance, and a light that no shadow can dim. You are not just an example of perseverance, you are a living testament to the transformative power of truth, faith, and love. Your responsibility now is to protect the sacred light within you by distancing yourself from those who diminish it and embracing the purpose God has placed in your life. The mistakes of others could never dim your truth, for your light has never been tied to their perceptions. Even when they questioned your identity or worth, that divine light within you stood as a constant source of strength, lifting you through every trial. The Bible reminds us, "The light shines in the darkness, and the darkness has not overcome it. John 1:5. That same light now shines brighter than ever, exposing not your flaws but their own limitations. Their inability to understand you has brought them face to face with your rise, a rise that no longer has space for their presence. This is your time, a new beginning filled with opportunities that align with a higher truth. Those who sought to harm you must now confront the distorted realities they created. The consequences of their actions have returned to them, reflecting the very bridges they tried to burn. Yet, their remorse, if it comes, does not entitle them to re-enter your life. Their past actions spoke volumes about their character, and now their absence ensures your peace. Throughout the trials, you stood above the falsehoods, steadfast in your values and determination. Your unwavering integrity has always been a testament to your strength. In the light of truth, the path you've built is visible to all, a path rooted in resilience, faith, and unwavering purpose. As Isaiah 54:17 declares, "No weapon forged against you will prevail, and you will refute every tongue that accuses you." The actions of others were never a reflection of you, but projections of their own fears and inner conflicts. While they sought to drag you down, you chose to rise above, maintaining a moral standard that not only nullified their negativity, but also revealed the depth of your inner peace and strength. You are now living a life untouched by the shadows of the past. Those who remain behind cannot overshadow your resilience, nor can they reclaim a place in your journey. This is your time to step forward into the abundant opportunities that God has prepared for you. The ties that once bound you have been severed, freeing you to walk fully guided by the light of truth. As Philippians 3:13-14 encourages, "Forgetting what is behind and straining toward what is ahead, I press on toward the goal to win the prize for which God has called me heavenward in Christ Jesus." There is no room for those who acted out of biased judgments or malice. Perhaps one day their understanding of their mistakes will guide them toward their own transformation, but that is a lesson for them to learn, not a weight for you to carry. Your journey is about growth, not dwelling on the past or shouldering the burdens of others' actions. The Bible assures us that we are part of an eternal plan, far greater than the fleeting troubles of this world. "The Lord is my rock, my fortress, and my deliverer. My God is my rock, in whom I take refuge." Psalm 18:2. This truth has been your foundation through every storm. Now, you're being called to become a link in the divine chain of grace and purpose. Just as Scripture promises, whoever sows generously will also reap generously. 2 Corinthians 9:6. Your actions rooted in love and faith will bear abundant fruit. Every step you take now is blessed by God's unchanging word. Your kindness, resilience, and unwavering trust in Him have set you apart as an example of what it means to walk in divine alignment. As you move forward, let the peace and love of God fill your heart, grounding you in His eternal plan. You are no longer bound by the negativity of the past, but propelled by the limitless potential of God's promises. This is your time to walk confidently in the light, knowing that every act of faith and kindness is both protected and rewarded by His grace. Let your life be a reflection of His glory, a testament to the power of faith, and an inspiration to those who witness your journey. The plans God has for each of us overflow with goodness and promise, ensuring that those who walk in His light will never be overcome by darkness. As John 8:12 reminds us, "I am the light of the world. Whoever follows me will never walk in darkness, but will have the light of life." This divine light doesn't merely illuminate our paths, it transforms our journeys into profound expressions of faith and purpose. Like a beacon piercing through a storm, God's light grows brighter with every step we take in alignment with his will. Have you ever felt that quiet assurance guiding you, even when the way forward seemed unclear? That is his presence, steady and unchanging, leading you out of the shadows and into his truth. Your life under God's guidance is part of a grand, divinely orchestrated plan. Every challenge, every twist, and every moment of uncertainty has brought you to this point, shaping the person you are today. Like a puzzle slowly coming together, these pieces form a masterpiece only God could design. The voices of doubt and discouragement that once surrounded you have faded, replaced by the resounding clarity of his voice, the voice of truth and love. As Psalm 119:105 declares, "Your word is a lamp to my feet and a light for my path." Isn't it comforting to know that even when the road seemed dark, his word was always there to guide you? Now, you stand on the threshold of a new chapter in your journey. You've shed the burdens of the past, and in their place, you've discovered the strength and courage to move forward. This courageous spirit is not born of your own effort alone, but is a gift from God, a reflection of his hand upon your life. Despite the obstacles you faced, you stood firm, trusting in his plan. Jeremiah 29:11 affirms, "For I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord, plans to prosper you and not to harm you, plans to give you hope and a future." What greater assurance could there be than knowing that every step you take is part of a path sanctified by God himself? The path before you has been carefully prepared, like a garden nurtured by a loving gardener. Just as a gardener waters, prunes, and tends to each plant, God has been tending to your life, watching over you, protecting you, and ensuring your growth. Have you noticed how the trials you once feared became the very tools that strengthened you? This is no coincidence. Every challenge, no matter how difficult, was allowed by God to deepen your faith and prepare you for the blessings ahead. Romans 8:28 assures us, "And we know that in all things God works for the good of those who love him, who have been called according to his purpose." Now, as you enter this season of growth and renewal, embrace the blessings that have been poured out upon you. Each step forward is not just a personal victory, it's a part of a greater purpose that glorifies God's kingdom. Letting go of past burdens lightens your load, allowing you to walk freely into the future he has prepared. This is the new beginning God has promised, a path rich with achievements, blessings, and divine favor. Every change in your life is part of his intricate plan, designed not only to strengthen you, but to fulfill the purpose for which you were created. Are you ready to embrace this divine plan with boldness and faith? Imagine the doors that will open as you continue to trust in his guidance. The future is not just something to anticipate. It is something to step into with confidence, knowing that God's hand is upon your life. Philippians 1:6 reminds us, "He who began a good work in you will carry it on to completion until the day of Christ Jesus." What work is God continuing in your life right now? How have you seen his plan unfold in ways you didn't expect? If this message resonates with you, take a moment to reflect on your own journey. Share your story, for it could inspire others to see God's hand in their lives too. Each of us is a part of this divine tapestry, woven together by his love and purpose. As you move forward, carry this truth in your heart. You are walking in his light, and with every step, you are fulfilling a plan greater than you can imagine. Let this be your season of courage, faith, and abundant blessings. Dear brothers and sisters, hold fast to this promise. Your best days are still ahead. As you walk forward into the future God has prepared for you, his grace will be your constant companion, and his guidance will illuminate your every step. Let your light shine brightly, and embrace this journey with joy, for it is divinely orchestrated. In the days to come, we will explore even deeper the unique role God has designed for you in His great plan. It is a privilege to witness your growth and transformation. Stay rooted in God's love and continue to walk boldly, knowing that the trials of the past have been repurposed to strengthen your foundation. As Romans 8:31 declares, "If God is for us, who can be against us?" You have already shown extraordinary resilience, moving forward with strength and faith, anchored by the values and divine plan entrusted to you. The judgments, false perceptions, and harmful words of the past are dissolving in the undeniable light of your truth. The accusations that once sought to define you no longer have any hold over your life. Instead, they have been transformed into stepping stones for your growth. Have you noticed how those around you are beginning to see the falsity of the impressions once held against you? This quiet yet powerful acknowledgement is a testament to the strength of your spirit and the clarity of your purpose. Scripture reminds us of this profound truth. Whoever digs a pit will fall into it. The trouble they cause will recoil on them. Proverbs 26:27. The actions of those who sought to harm you have become the very snares that now entangle them. When people act with malice or slander, their actions are not truly about you. They are reflections of their own internal battles. Their jealousy, insecurities, and fears cause them to lash out, but their efforts to extinguish your light only revealed their own darkness. Your light, protected by God, remains untouchable by any force of darkness. The attempts to undermine you were never about who you truly are, but were manifestations of the turmoil within those who attacked you. How powerful is it to know that even in their misguided actions, they were never truly targeting you, but rather wrestling with their own inadequacies. Yet, as they struggle under the weight of their own misdeeds, you have risen above, guided by God's justice and unshakable truth. Their actions have left traces that now trap them in the confusion of their own making. God's justice, always perfect and unwavering, works in favor of truth. Have you ever wondered how these moments of injustice have shaped your character? They serve to strengthen your faith, solidify your resilience, and reinforce your commitment to walk in alignment with God's purpose. As Psalm 37:6 assures us, He will make your righteousness shine like the dawn, your vindication like the noonday sun. Your strength and steadfast faith are living testaments to God's grace. Every attempt to harm you has been turned into an opportunity for growth, every false word repurposed to reveal the truth. You no longer carry the weight of others' judgments, for your focus is on the path God has set before you, a path of peace, confidence, and divine purpose. This unwavering dedication to your truth shines as a beacon, inspiring others and glorifying God. Those who sought to diminish you are now forced to confront the consequences of their actions. Their struggles, once directed outward, now circle back to them as they face the reality of God's justice. Yet this is not your burden to bear. Your journey has never depended on the opinions of others, but on the unwavering strength of your faith and God's hand upon your life. As Isaiah 54:17 declares, "No weapon forged against you will prevail, and you will refute every tongue that accuses you." You are walking proof of the power of God's justice and love. Every trial you endured, every unkind word spoken against you, has only served to highlight your resilience and divine purpose. As you move forward, let this truth fill your heart. You are not defined by the shadows others tried to cast over your life, but by the radiant light of God's presence within you. This light, unyielding and eternal, is a reflection of His purpose for you, a purpose that no darkness can overshadow. Dear brothers and sisters, embrace this moment as a celebration of your faith and victory. Let the peace and love of God guide your every step, for He has turned every trial into triumph and every obstacle into an opportunity. Your story is one of redemption, strength, and divine justice, a testament to the truth that God always works for the good of those who love him. As you continue to walk boldly forward, remember, the best is yet to come, and you are never alone. The harm intended for you has been undone by God's unwavering grace, and you now move forward unburdened, guided by peace, clarity, and the light of his eternal love. Your strength and faith rendered their malicious actions meaningless, as their schemes could not stand against the truth you carried within you. Even when the world seemed unjust, you felt no need to defend yourself, for the voice of truth, the voice of God, always speaks louder than any accusation. As Proverbs 10:25 reminds us, when the storm has swept by, the wicked are gone, but the righteous stand firm forever. While others conspired to bring you down, you walked quietly yet boldly forward, rooted in faith and inner peace. This unshakable resilience is a testament to the divine protection that has never left your side. God, in his infinite mercy, has lifted you above their malice and turned every harmful intention into a stepping stone for your growth. Those who sought to defame you now face the consequences of their own actions. They must grapple with the reality of their inadequacies, a burden that is theirs to carry, not yours. The shadows of the past no longer define you because you are walking the path that God himself has prepared for you. This path, illuminated by his light, is paved with determination and purpose. There is no need to look back or dwell on the intentions of others. Instead, your focus is on embracing the divine purpose for which you were created. Have you noticed how the voices that once tried to discredit you have faded into irrelevance? This is the power of God's guidance, as his voice always drowns out the noise of the world. The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. He makes me lie down in green pastures. He leads me beside still waters. Psalm 23, 1-2. Every challenge you have faced has served a greater purpose, shaping you into the person you are today. What God has prepared for you is far greater than anything you may have lost in the past. The trials that once seemed insurmountable have become the very foundation for your elevation. Just as Joseph declared to his brothers, "You intended to harm me, but God intended it for good to accomplish what is now being done." Genesis 50:20. So too has every setback in your life been turned into a victory by God's hand. Now is the time to step boldly onto the path that lies ahead. With every step, you shine a light that cannot be extinguished. God is lifting you higher, and nothing can halt this divine elevation. Can you feel the weight lifting as you embrace the peace and confidence of his plan for your life? Your story is not about what was lost, but about the incredible purpose and blessings that await you. Until we meet again in the next message, may you remain enveloped in God's love and protection. The outcomes they intended for you have been reversed, for every attempt to harm you has instead forced them to confront the realities they created for themselves. Their actions have turned back on them, as Proverbs 26:27 promises. Whoever digs a pit will fall into it. If someone rolls a stone, it will roll back on them. However, their story holds no relevance to your journey now. You are defined not by the shadows of the past, but by the light you carry within you. This light, a reflection of God's presence, is guiding you toward a life of greater meaning and purpose. Their judgments, mistakes, and missteps cannot diminish the progress you have made or the plans God has for you. Their choices are theirs to reckon with, and their consequences have no place in your journey forward. Your path serves a higher purpose, one far removed from the negativity of others. Every step you take is a testament to God's divine order, which shields and elevates you. Let their story remain behind you as you continue to embrace the limitless potential of your future. You are walking in alignment with God's will, and this new chapter is filled with blessings, growth, and opportunities that no one can take from you. As Isaiah 61 proclaims, Arise, shine, for your light has come, and the glory of the Lord rises upon you. This is your moment to step fully into your destiny, unencumbered by the burdens of the past and filled with the light of God's eternal promises. Let the mistakes of others be a lesson for them, not a weight for you. Your story is one of triumph, resilience, and divine favor, a story that continues to unfold in alignment with the greater plan God has for your life. Walk boldly, for nothing can stop what God has ordained for you. This journey is not about seeking revenge or retribution, but about the natural restoration of balance that God's justice provides. While those who wronged you may now face the weight of their own choices, this burden is theirs to bear, not yours. As you move forward, choose to leave the traces of the past behind and embrace the freedom that forgiveness brings. Forgiveness is not about condoning their actions. It is about releasing yourself from the grip of negativity. It is the greatest act of self-liberation you can grant yourself. Ephesians 4:31-32 reminds us, "Let all bitterness and wrath and anger and clamor and slander be put away from you, along with all malice. Be kind to one another, tender-hearted, forgiving one another, as God in Christ forgave you." By forgiving and setting clear boundaries, you affirm that their words and actions no longer have the power to affect your energy, peace, or progress. Your life is shaped not by the opinions of others, but by the strength, truth, and determination within you. This truth is rooted in something far greater than any external event. It is grounded in God's eternal plan for you. The clarity and peace you have gained are among your greatest blessings. Those who once played central roles in your struggles are now nothing more than forgotten pages of your story. They are no longer part of your present. This new chapter is yours to write, filled with opportunities, growth, and the joy of embracing your divine purpose. Have you noticed how the jealousy and resentment of others only serve to highlight their own struggles? While some chose to celebrate your success, others gave in to their envy and tried to hold you back. But their actions have ultimately led them to face the consequences of their choices. Meanwhile, you have continued to rise, untouched by their negativity. Every step forward is a powerful testament to your strength and resilience. The unfair attempts to undermine you were never truly about you. They were reflections of others' internal conflicts. While they succumbed to their shortcomings, you chose to remain true to yourself, standing firm in faith and purpose. Isaiah 54:17 declares, "No weapon forged against you will prevail, and you will refute every tongue that accuses you." Today, the truth of who you are shines undeniably clear, illuminating the path you have walked and the victories you have achieved. Your progress has always been guided by a power greater than yourself, God's divine hand. The resilience, faith, and determination that have brought you to this point cannot be shaken by any external force. You are no longer tied to the negativity of the past. Instead, you are stepping into a future full of promise, guided by God's light. Philippians 3:13-14 encourages us, "Forgetting what is behind and straining toward what is ahead, I press on toward the goal to win the prize for which God has called me heavenward in Christ Jesus." The burdens of others' actions are not yours to carry. As you continue to rise, let them deal with the consequences of their own decisions. Your focus should remain on the blessings and opportunities God has placed before you. Your future is independent of the opinions and intentions of others. Celebrate who you are and how far you've come, knowing that the light within you always deserved better than what some tried to offer. Their failure to understand or value you is their loss, not yours. Now is the time to leave the shadows of the past entirely behind. Every effort to hold you back has only revealed the strength and light that set you apart. You have risen above the chaos, walking confidently toward a brighter, more fulfilling future. Justice is not yours to enforce. It lies in God's hands. As Proverbs 21:15 says, "When justice is done, it brings joy to the righteous but terror to evildoers." Their poor choices have led them into darkness, while your faith has lifted you into the light. Your journey is part of a divine plan, and you are revealing more of your true self with each step. The roles others played in your story have ended, and their actions no longer concern you. You are free to embrace this new chapter, focusing on your growth, goals, and the blessings ahead. What they said or did can no longer obstruct the path God has laid out for you. His grace has been with you every step of the way, transforming every challenge into an opportunity for growth. Your story is a celebration of resilience, strength, and divine purpose. It is independent of the opinions of others and grounded in the promises of God. Now is the time to fully embrace who you are and continue shining with your own light. Arise, shine, for your light has come, and the glory of the Lord rises upon you. Isaiah 60:1. Dear brothers and sisters, let us remember the greatness of God's promises. When we plant seeds of kindness and faith, we reap blessings crafted by His hands. Our lives, like beacons of light, illuminate not only our paths, but also bring hope to others. You are chosen by God, each with a unique place in His divine plan. Did you know that just as a small sapling grows into a mighty tree, every step we take brings us closer to the greatness God has in store? This growth is not limited to internal transformation. It extends to the love and blessings we share with those around us. Give, and it will be given to you. A good measure, pressed down, shaken together and running over, will be poured into your lap. Luke 6:38. Today, I encourage you, share the gifts of kindness, love, and faith generously. Each act of giving reflects God's love on earth, and through this, we continue to fulfill His purpose for our lives. Let this be your season of growth, gratitude, and grace. Remember this: being chosen by God is not just a title, but a responsibility to live as a light for others, reflecting His love, grace, and power in all you do. You were uniquely designed to inspire, uplift, and lead by example. Let your life be a testimony of God's faithfulness and His incredible plans for those who trust Him. If this message has blessed you, consider supporting this ministry by donating through Super Thanks. Your generosity helps us continue sharing God's Word with more people. And even if you don't donate, your time and support mean the world to us. Don't forget to like this video, subscribe to the channel, and turn on notifications so you never miss a powerful message. Share this with someone who needs encouragement, and leave a comment below to let us know how this message touched your heart. May God bless you abundantly, guide your steps, and fill your life with His peace and favor. You are chosen, loved, and destined for greatness. Stay blessed, and see you in the next video. Have you ever felt the sting of being misunderstood, misjudged, or even underestimated by those around you? As one of God's chosen ones, you've carried the truth within you all along, an undeniable light that some couldn't recognize or chose to ignore. But here's the incredible news. What they misunderstood about you is now being revealed, and the very people who doubted you are starting to see how wrong they were. The truth is rising, just as God intended, and your story is about to inspire and transform lives. If you're ready to step fully into this revelation of your true identity, comment 777 below as a declaration of faith and power. And to those who've supported this message through Super Thanks, thank you from the bottom of our hearts. Your encouragement fuels this journey of spreading God's word and purpose. So, why did others fail to see the truth about you? Could it be that God allowed this season of doubt and misunderstanding to prepare both you and them for something far greater? In this video, we'll uncover how God has been working behind the scenes to reveal the truth about you at the perfect time. Stay with us, because by the end of this, you'll see why every challenge, every doubt, and every misjudgment was part of a divine plan for your life. Let's explore this incredible story together. God's chosen ones, you were the truth the whole time. They were so wrong about you. Today's message is for someone who has weathered an intense season of profound challenges, a time when your character was unjustly attacked and your integrity was questioned. It's as if your name was dragged through the mud, not because of any wrongdoing on your part, but because someone allowed their envy and insecurity to fester into harmful actions. Out of their own unresolved pain, they fabricated lies and spread false narratives, hoping to diminish your light and make you feel unworthy, isolated, and small. Their actions weren't fueled by truth, but by spite, driven by an inner battle they themselves could not control. These distortions painted a false image of you, leading others to turn their backs without ever seeking to know the truth. But even as this storm swirled around you, there was one undeniable constant. God saw it all. He was there from the very beginning, working behind the scenes to clear your name and restore what was lost. In his divine wisdom, he knew the truth, and he has always known the real you, your heart, your intentions, and your unwavering faith. What if this season of adversity was never about proving your innocence to others, but about deepening your trust in God's justice? Psalm 37:6 reminds us, "He will make your righteous reward shine like the dawn, your vindication like the noonday sun." Can you imagine how powerful it will be when God himself lifts the veil of lies and reveals the truth? Consider how Joseph must have felt when his brothers sold him into slavery out of jealousy. Genesis 37:28. He too endured betrayal and false accusations, yet God's hand was upon him the entire time, orchestrating events that would lead to his ultimate vindication and elevation. Does this not parallel your experience? Just as Joseph's journey from the pit to the palace revealed God's plan, so will your story testify to his glory. Have you paused to wonder how God might use this season of pain to prepare you for something greater? Those who spread these falsehoods, consumed by jealousy and resentment, will not escape accountability. God's justice is unrelenting yet fair, and he will deal with their actions in his perfect timing. Proverbs 19:5 declares, "A false witness will not go unpunished, and whoever pours out lies will not go free." The very lies they use to harm you will become the weight they must carry until they confront the truth about themselves. Could it be that God is not only protecting you, but also offering them a chance to repent and grow? This moment is not just about the harm that was done to you, it's about the restoration and healing that God is bringing into your life. So ask yourself, how will you use this season of vindication to glorify God? When the truth comes to light, and it surely will you allow it to deepen your compassion, strengthen your faith, and remind you of the power of God's timing? The storm was never the end of your story. It was the prelude to your testimony, and the beauty of your journey is found in your resilience, a resilience that refused to let negativity anchor you to the past. You've moved forward with grace, leaving behind the pain and the people who sought to limit your potential. Those years of distance from toxic influences were not just a break, they were a divine blessing. They allowed you to grow beyond their reach, to evolve into a version of yourself that is no longer defined by their words or actions. Isn't it remarkable how what was meant to harm you only became the catalyst for your transformation. Just as Joseph declared to his brothers in Genesis 50:20, "You intended to harm me, but God intended it for good to accomplish what is now being done, the saving of many lives." So too have the trials in your life been repurposed by God to shape you into the strong, radiant individual you are today. The lies that were meant to tarnish your name have instead ignited a fire within you. That light now shines so brightly that it is impossible to ignore. Can you feel it? People are beginning to notice the undeniable change in you. They see your strength, your confidence, and your alignment with your true purpose. What do they see when they look at you now, compared to the image they once believed? You've embraced a life deeply rooted in the Holy Spirit, anchored in prayer, worship, and a deliberate pursuit of growth, spiritually, mentally, and even physically. This isn't the same you from a year or two ago. You've been renewed, transformed, and strengthened by God's grace. 2 Corinthians 5:17 reminds us, "Therefore, if anyone is in Christ, the new creation has come. The old has gone. The new is here." Doesn't that perfectly describe the you that has emerged from this season? Stronger, more peaceful, and walking confidently in your divine calling. The truth about you is now undeniable, and no amount of negativity can overshadow the brilliance of your future. The lies that once encircled your name are crumbling under the weight of your undeniable progress. Those who once believed the false narratives are beginning to question the source of these stories. They're saying, "I thought they were stuck in the same place," or "Weren't they supposed to lack ambition?" How can they reconcile the lies they were told with the transformation they now witness? The evidence of your growth speaks louder than any defense you could offer. Think about this. The person who once slandered you is now grappling with the reality of your transformation. They are witnessing firsthand the power of God's favor over your life. Their lies have been exposed, not through confrontation or arguments, but by the sheer force of your progress. Isn't it extraordinary how God can use your success as a silent yet powerful testimony? Just like in the Proverbs 16:7, "When the Lord takes pleasure in anyone's way, he causes their enemies to make peace with them." Your growth has become undeniable proof of God's hand upon you. It's unfortunate, isn't it, that they resorted to public slander in an attempt to diminish you. Yet their actions were never truly about you. Their envy, their own struggles, and their inability to see their worth were the true culprits. Have you ever wondered how their lives might have been different if they had chosen kindness instead of jealousy? God's plan for you has always been different. The quick judgments of others, their doubts, their accusations, their rejections, were never a reflection of who you are. Those who mistreated you are now beginning to realize what they lost: the opportunity to know and walk alongside someone truly remarkable. God, in His infinite wisdom, has protected your blessings, ensuring they reach only those who truly value and support you. Could it be that this season was not only about your growth, but also about God refining your circle, guarding you against those who were never meant to partake in your blessings? You stand today as living proof of what God can do with a willing heart. The transformation is undeniable, the purpose is clear, and the future is bright. Do you see now why the trials were necessary? They weren't the end of your story. They were the beginning of your testimony. As you rise above every challenge, your unwavering character, steady progress, and unyielding resilience are speaking volumes, louder than any whisper of slander or falsehood ever could. Those around you cannot help but marvel at how you've transformed trials into victories, setbacks into stepping stones. Your life is now a shining example of what it means to trust wholeheartedly in divine timing and purpose. Your journey reflects the profound truth found in Romans 8:28. And we know that in all things God works for the good of those who love him, who have been called according to his purpose. How could anyone deny the evidence of his work in your life? But here's the twist. The very people who doubted you, criticized you, or misunderstood you are now starting to see the truth. For so long, they viewed you through a distorted lens, a lens clouded by someone else's jealousy, insecurities, and whispers of deceit. Have they ever wondered what they might have seen if they had looked beyond the gossip and into your heart? If they had taken the time to know your spirit, they would have encountered the genuine, kind-hearted person you've always been. Yet, instead of seeking truth, they allowed themselves to be swayed by rumors. Doesn't this raise a question for them, and even for us all, about how often we let others' opinions shape our perceptions? Now, as the fog of deceit lifts, they're left grappling with the consequences of their misplaced judgment. Their regret is palpable. They wonder why they allowed baseless words to form their view of you. Why didn't they take the time to know you for who you truly are? Perhaps they are now reminded of Jesus' warning in the Matthew 7:1. Do not judge, or you too will be judged. But their realizations, while significant, are not for you to carry. Your task was never to convince them of your worth. It was to remain steadfast in your truth, trusting that God would reveal what needed to be revealed in his time, and he has. What's striking is that their envy wasn't rooted in anything you did to harm them. It was about what they sensed in you. They saw your light before you even fully embraced it. They recognized your potential, your purpose, and the divine calling on your life. This recognition stirred something uncomfortable within them. Could it be that they feared what your rise symbolized? Their resentment wasn't about you. It was about their own inability to move forward. In their stagnancy, your growth became a mirror reflecting what they lacked. Have you noticed how often this pattern repeats throughout Scripture? Consider Joseph, whose brothers sold him into slavery because they couldn't handle the dream God placed in his heart. Genesis 37:18-28. Yet, in the end, Joseph's faith and perseverance brought him to a place of great influence, and he forgave his brothers, saying, "You intended to harm me, but God intended it for good to accomplish what is now being done, the saving of many lives." Genesis 50:20. Isn't it extraordinary how God's chosen always rise despite the opposition? Your story echoes this same redemptive arc. Their jealousy, born of their own insecurities, couldn't keep you down. The light in you, the calling, the anointing, the purpose, was always meant to shine. And now, as they grapple with their own doubts and regrets, you continue to rise, unshaken. The question remains for them. Will they learn from their mistakes, or will they remain trapped by their own limitations? Let this truth be your anchor. You owe no one an explanation for your success, your blessings, or the favor God has placed upon your life. Like the psalmist declares in Psalm 23:5, "You prepare a table before me in the presence of my enemies." God's plans for you are unstoppable, and those who doubted you are merely witnesses to his glory unfolding in your life. So, as you move forward, remember, your journey is not just about vindication, it's about inspiration. Your resilience and faith are a testimony to those who need it most. Can you imagine how many lives will be touched because you chose to trust God, even when others misunderstood you? The truth was always within you, and now it shines brighter than ever. While they were consumed by fleeting distractions, partying, drinking, smoking, and chasing temporary pleasures, you chose a different road. It wasn't the easy road, nor the most popular one, but it was the path of purpose, faith, and alignment with God's will. Your decisions reflected your commitment to growth and a higher calling, prioritizing values over vanity and principles over peer pressure. Isn't it remarkable how such choices, though often misunderstood, have the power to shape destinies? While others sought validation in chaos, you sought strength in silence. You chose to honor God through prayer, fasting, and quiet reflection, building a foundation not on the shifting sands of momentary pleasure, but on the solid rock of faith, as Jesus taught in Matthew 7:24-25. Therefore, everyone who hears these words of mine and puts them into practice is like a wise man who built his house on the rock. Your steadfast commitment made others uncomfortable. They couldn't fathom why you would refuse to indulge in the same behaviors, why you would choose to walk away from drama and trouble. Could it be that your peace unsettled them because it highlighted their own inner turmoil? As they partook in reckless decisions, you were sowing seeds of wisdom and discipline, trusting in the harvest God had promised. Wasn't Joseph ridiculed and cast aside for his dreams, only to later rise to a position of great authority, as described in the Genesis 41:44? Your story mirrors this timeless truth. Staying faithful to God's plan often leads to elevation beyond human understanding. Now, God has lifted you to a higher level, a place not just of visible success, but of spiritual growth and clarity. This elevation has left many bewildered. They're beginning to see that the negative things they once said about you were never rooted in reality, but in their own insecurities. Yet their regrets, their attempts to reconcile, and their struggles to accept your transformation are not your burden to carry. Your calling now is to protect the peace you've cultivated, the purpose you've embraced, and the sacred space where God continues to work within you. These individuals have revealed their true nature through their actions, spreading lies, showing disrespect, and sowing seeds of deceit. But you owe them nothing. As a child of God, your worth has never been tied to their opinions. Remember Jeremiah 1:5, where God declares, "Before I formed you in the womb, I knew you. Before you were born, I set you apart." Your value comes from the Creator, who designed you with intention and purpose, and who sees the goodness in your heart even when others fail to. Now, God is turning the tide. He is allowing others to see you in a new light, revealing the truth of who you've always been, someone full of grace, strength, and unwavering purpose. This transformation isn't about seeking personal recognition. It's a testament to God's glory working in your life. You've been elevated for His kingdom to reflect His power and grace to the world. As it says in Matthew 5:16, "Let your light shine before others, that they may see your good deeds and glorify your Father in heaven." Through every trial, you've been prepared for this moment. The discipline, the faith, and the perseverance you cultivated in private are now bearing fruit for all to see. Whether they admire you from a distance or continue to wrestle with resentment, it doesn't matter. Their opinions have no bearing on God's plan for your life. What truly matters is that you remain focused on your calling, walking your path with the grace and humility that brought you here. So ask yourself, how will you continue to honor God with this elevation? How will you use your testimony to inspire others who are walking similar paths of faith? Your story isn't just a testament to your resilience. It's a beacon of hope for those who are searching for their own strength. Remember, every step you take is part of a divine design, and your journey is blessed beyond measure. God sees the depths of your heart, the purity of your intentions, and the steadfast strength of your spirit. He knows you in ways no one else ever could, for as 1 Samuel 16:7 reminds us, "The Lord does not look at the things people look at. People look at the outward appearance, but the Lord looks at the heart." He has placed you exactly where you are for a divine purpose, and no amount of judgment, doubt, or criticism can alter His plan for your life. Let those who doubted you or sought to judge you remain at a distance. Their presence is no longer required in this season of your journey. This is your time to rise, to embrace your calling, and to fulfill the purpose God has ordained for you. This moment is about understanding a profound truth. You don't need the approval of those who once doubted or misunderstood you. They were never meant to walk with you into this chapter of your life. Their season has ended, and their absence is part of God's design. Do you feel the peace in knowing that their opinions no longer hold power over you? Trust that God, in His perfect wisdom, will handle everything else. Even now, God is looking at your heart, your intentions, and your spirit with favor. He knows that you are nothing like those who sought to damage your name, spread falsehoods, and attempt to humiliate you before others. Their actions were never a reflection of your character. They were a manifestation of their own jealousy, insecurity, and inner struggles. This is why you always felt out of place among them. You weren't meant to fit into their circle or conform to their ways, because you were always set apart, chosen and destined for something far greater. Consider the story of David, who was overlooked by his own family when the prophet Samuel came to anoint a new king. David's brothers were judged by their stature and outward strength, but God had chosen the humble shepherd boy for greatness. Similarly, your life reflects the same truth. Being set apart often means being misunderstood, but it also means being chosen for a purpose beyond human comprehension. How often do we see God elevate those who were once underestimated? The actions of those who tried to dim your light were never about who you are. They were about their own inadequacies. They saw the brilliance of your light, and instead of celebrating it, they tried to diminish it out of fear and envy. Yet, no one can extinguish a flame that God has ignited. As Jesus said in the Matthew 5:14-16, "You are the light of the world. A town built on a hill cannot be hidden. Neither do people light a lamp and put it under a bowl. Instead, they put it on its stand, and it gives light to everyone in the house." Your light was always meant to shine, not to be concealed by the shadows of others' insecurities. Think about this. What does it say about the strength of your spirit that even their attempts to tear you down couldn't break you? Their jealousy and deceit were like storms meant to shake your foundation, but your trust in God kept you standing firm. Perhaps their actions were meant to test your faith, to refine you, and to prepare you for the elevation you are now experiencing. Isn't it incredible how God uses even the schemes of others to strengthen His chosen ones? This is the season for you to fully embrace who God created you to be. Let their opinions, their judgments, and their doubts remain in the past where they belong. Your worth has always been defined by God's love and purpose for your life, not by the words or actions of others. So walk boldly into this new chapter, knowing that their inability to see your value says everything about them and nothing about you. And here is the most beautiful truth of all. What God has illuminated, no one can dim. You are living proof of His grace and power, a reflection of His glory. So continue to shine, not for your own recognition, but to glorify the one who set you apart. How will you use this light to inspire others who are still searching for their path? Trust in the journey ahead, for it is divinely guided and richly blessed. Now, those who spoke ill of you are being forced to face the weight of their words and the consequences of their actions. Their harmful judgments, slander, and the bridges they so carelessly burned have left them in a place of regret. They are coming to terms with the truth they distorted and the harm they caused. But even with these realizations, their chapter in your life has closed. They failed to treat you with respect, kindness, or understanding when it mattered most. How then can they now expect forgiveness, favors, or a return to the closeness they once abused? God has elevated you to a higher, more peaceful place, far removed from the negativity and harm they intended for you. While they tried to label you with lies and distort the truth to paint you as a problem, their actions ultimately exposed their own hearts. Isn't it striking how their deceit revealed far more about their character than it ever did about yours? Your integrity, your values, and your unwavering commitment to doing what is right have always set you apart. This situation mirrors the timeless story of Jesus and the adulterous woman in John 8:7. When her accusers were ready to stone her, Jesus responded with piercing wisdom, "Let any one of you who is without sin be the first to throw a stone at her." Those words forced the crowd to confront their own shortcomings, and one by one, they walked away. Similarly, those who sought to tarnish your name have now been confronted by the weight of their own actions. They've dropped their proverbial stones and retreated, not because they have grown righteous, but because they've realized that their faults overshadow their accusations. These individuals once hoped to see you falter, to witness your downfall so they could justify their narratives about you. They poured energy into tearing you down, but they underestimated the divine protection over your life. God has been your shield, guiding you through their storms and ensuring their plans could not prosper, just as he promises in Isaiah 54:17. "No weapon forged against you will prevail, and you will refute every tongue that accuses you." Every lie they uttered and every scheme they devised has only served to highlight the undeniable grace and favor surrounding you. Think about this. How often have the storms in your life revealed the strength of God's hand over you? Their attempts to harm you did not break you. Instead, they showcased the depth of your faith and resilience. Could it be that their actions were not just tests, but opportunities for God to demonstrate his power in your life? Just as Joseph told his brothers in the Genesis 50:20, "You intended to harm me, but God intended it for good to accomplish what is now being done. The harm intended for you has been turned into a testimony of God's grace." Their voices, once loud and condemning, have been silenced by the undeniable truth of who you are. Their judgments have lost their sting because they hold no authority over your destiny. Only God defines your path, and he has made it clear that you are his beloved child, set apart for a purpose. As Romans 8:31 reminds us, if God is for us, who can be against us? This is why you no longer need to worry about their opinions or their judgments. The truth of your character and the favor of God in your life speak louder than any accusation ever could. Their attempts to break you have only magnified the light within you, and now their voices are drowned out by the resounding evidence of God's hand at work in your life. So, what will you do with this newfound freedom? How will you continue to walk in the peace and purpose God has given you? Remember, your story is not just a reflection of resilience, but a testament to the power of divine truth. Trust that God will continue to guide you, shield you, and elevate you above every challenge. Let your light shine, knowing that no voice of deception can ever dim what God has illuminated. Your journey is no longer bound to the actions, words, or intentions of those who sought to harm you, and that in itself is a profound blessing. God is opening new doors, creating opportunities that align with his divine purpose for your life. The path before you is clear, free from the negativity of those who never truly valued your heart. This chapter is about stepping fully into your calling, unshackled by the judgments of others. Can you feel the peace that comes from knowing you are no longer burdened by their opinions? Let them observe your ascent from the sidelines if they choose, but they no longer have access to your energy, your joy, or your life. As it says in Isaiah 43:18-19, "Forget the former things, do not dwell on the past. See, I am doing a new thing. Now it springs up. Do you not perceive it?" God is preparing new relationships, new blessings, and new purposes tailored specifically for you. Nothing they say or do can alter his plan for your life. Your journey is blessed, protected, and divinely guided. Stand firm in your growth, knowing that every stone they threw has become a stepping stone, leading you closer to the destiny God has prepared for you. Their attempts to harm you, tarnish your name, or spread lies about you have unraveled, exposing the truth of their intentions. Isn't it incredible how God uses the very schemes of others to elevate his chosen ones? As Romans 8:28 reminds us, "And we know that in all things God works for the good of those who love him, who have been called according to his purpose." Now, the consequences of their actions are catching up with them. The lies they spread and the deceit they sowed are no longer your concern. Those who once cast judgment on you are being forced to face the truth of their behavior. Their schemes, once intended to break you, are now exposing their own insecurities, jealousy, and ego. People around them are beginning to see their true nature, recognizing the baseless cruelty of their actions. Isn't it ironic how their attempts to tarnish your reputation have ended up reflecting back on them? From the start, your nature has been different. You've always approached life with humility, kindness, and a quiet focus on your journey. While you walked your God-ordained path, minding your own business and staying aligned with your values, they couldn't handle your light. Their actions weren't about you. They were about their own struggles, their ego, their jealousy, and their inability to cope with seeing you thrive. Like Joseph's brothers, who sought to harm him out of envy, Genesis 37:11, their actions were born of fear and insecurity. And now the cycle they set into motion has turned against them. They wanted to humiliate you, but their own public embarrassment has become unavoidable. They sought to create obstacles in your life, yet they found themselves ensnared in the negativity they unleashed. What they intended for harm has been redirected by God, highlighting his unwavering protection over your life. As Proverbs 26:27 says, "Whoever digs a pit will fall into it. If someone rolls a stone, it will roll back on them." Their actions, once designed to elevate themselves by diminishing you, have only revealed their shortcomings. Life has a way of turning things around, and they are now facing the consequences of their choices. But this, too, is not your burden to carry. God has set you apart, and your focus must remain on the blessings and purpose he has placed before you. This is your time to step fully into your calling, free from the shadows of their deceit. Every hardship they intended has been transformed into evidence of God's grace and favor in your life. Your worth has never been defined by their opinions, but by the one who created you. Isn't it empowering to know that their schemes only serve to magnify the glory of God's work in your life? So, walk boldly into the future, knowing that their actions can no longer touch you. The truth of who you are and who God says you are will always prevail. Your journey is divinely orchestrated, and every step you take is a testament to his faithfulness. This journey is not about vengeance. It's about the natural laws of life and God's divine justice. The negativity they sowed, the harm they intended, and the chaos they stirred were never sustainable. Now, they are reaping the consequences of their actions, a sobering reality that has nothing to do with you. Galatians 6:7 reminds us, "Do not be deceived. God cannot be mocked. A man reaps what he sows." Their harvest is the natural outcome of seeds planted in jealousy, deceit, and malice. But your role in this season is not to dwell on their downfall or carry resentment. Forgiveness is your path forward, not as a means of excusing their behavior, but as a way of freeing yourself from the grip of their negativity. By choosing to forgive, you reclaim your peace, your energy, and your focus. Forgiveness, as Jesus taught in Matthew 6:14, is as much a gift to yourself as it is a reflection of God's grace. For if you forgive other people when they sin against you, your heavenly Father will also forgive you. That said, forgiveness does not equate to re-entry. You are under no obligation to let them back into your life. They've shown their true character, and their actions have proven they do not deserve another chance to disrupt your peace or derail your purpose. Forgiveness means release, not reconciliation. Let them remain where they are, outside of the sacred space you've worked so hard to protect. Your resilience, focus, and faith have brought you to a place of strength and clarity. While they remain caught in the cycles they created, you've risen above their actions and are thriving despite their attempts to bring you down. Isn't it a testament to God's protection that no matter their schemes, you've emerged stronger, brighter, and more aligned with His purpose? As Psalm 75:7 says, "It is God who judges. He brings one down. He exalts another." Their actions hold no power over your destiny because your elevation comes from the hand of God. As you move forward, let your heart remain soft, but your boundaries firm. Trust in God's guidance and protection as you walk boldly into the future He has planned for you. Those who sought to harm you no longer have the ability to influence your story. Their schemes, judgments, and negativity are no match for the favor God has placed upon your life. Consider Joseph once more, who forgave his brothers not to excuse their betrayal, but to align with God's greater plan. When he stood before them in the Genesis 50:20, he said, "You intended to harm me, but God intended it for good to accomplish what is now being done." Joseph's forgiveness freed him from bitterness, allowing him to thrive in the position God had prepared for him. Similarly, your forgiveness is not for their sake, it is for your freedom. Walk forward in grace, knowing that your story is blessed and their actions no longer define it. Let them remain at a distance, watching as you continue to thrive. Their choices are their burden to bear, and the consequences they face are a reflection of their own actions, not yours. Can you imagine how freeing it is to release their negativity while embracing the blessings God has placed before you? Their attempts to harm you have only highlighted God's unwavering favor over your life. As you move ahead, focus on the abundance of blessings waiting for you. Trust that God's hand is guiding you, protecting your journey, and leading you to even greater heights. This is your time to thrive, unshaken, unburdened, and victorious. Your life stands as a living testament to the transformative power of perseverance, unshakable faith, and God's divine protection. The burdens of past conflicts no longer rest on your shoulders, for God has handled every detail. You are now free to live a life filled with peace, purpose, and abundance, a life reflecting His promises as outlined in Jeremiah 29:11. "For I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord, plans to prosper you and not to harm you, plans to give you hope and a future." Those who once had the chance to celebrate your successes and share in the joy of your achievements made a different choice. Instead of offering gratitude or admiration, they allowed jealousy and resentment to take root in their hearts. Rather than uplift you, they sought to tear you down, using negativity as their weapon. Yet their choices have led them into a mess of their own making, leaving them to face the consequences of the seeds they've sown. Galatians 6:7 reminds us of this truth. A man reaps what he sows. Meanwhile, you continue to rise above it all, unbothered, untouched, and thriving. God's hand is evident in your elevation, lifting you higher for all to see. His light radiates through you, making it abundantly clear who you are and the divine purpose you carry. Your character, grounded in integrity and faith, speaks volumes, far outshining any attempts to tarnish your name. Why should you look back at those who tried to hold you down? Their choices have led them to their consequences, and your story has moved into a beautiful new chapter, one filled with blessings and growth. This chapter of your life reminds us of Joseph, who faced betrayal by his brothers, yet rose to a position of honor and influence. When his brothers finally stood before him in repentance, Joseph said in the Genesis 50:20, "You intended to harm me, but God intended it for good to accomplish what is now being done." Similarly, God has used every attempt against you to strengthen your spirit, refine your character, and prepare you for the elevation you are now experiencing. Through it all, you've remained steadfast, anchored by a good and faithful heart. Hold on to this truth. God is proud of you. Despite the storms of negativity, the hurtful words and the actions meant to break you, you refused to give in to despair. You did not let their bitterness infect your spirit, nor did you allow anger to take root, even when it felt justified. Instead, you chose the higher path, a path of forgiveness, peace, and unwavering faith. In choosing peace over chaos, forgiveness over bitterness, and love over resentment, you have demonstrated the heart of Christ. Ephesians 4:32 encourages us to be kind and compassionate to one another, forgiving each other, just as in Christ God forgave you. You embodied this principle even when it wasn't easy, and in doing so, you've glorified God with your actions. Now, your journey continues in a season of purpose and abundance. What will you do with this new chapter? How will you use the blessings God has poured into your life to inspire and uplift others? Your ability to rise above the trials speaks volumes about the strength of your faith and the power of God's grace. Let this truth settle in your heart. You are loved, protected, and chosen. Their attempts to diminish your light only made it shine brighter, and their negativity has no place in the story God is writing for you. So, walk boldly into this new season with your heart full of gratitude, your spirit grounded in faith, and your eyes fixed on the path God has laid before you. The best is yet to come, and you are destined to thrive. Like anyone, you've made mistakes along the way. But here is the beauty of God's grace. He doesn't hold those mistakes against you. When you asked for forgiveness, He wiped the slate clean, cleansing your heart and renewing your spirit. Psalm 103:12 beautifully captures this truth. As far as the east is from the west, so far has He removed our transgressions from us. Through your repentance and the inner work you've done to align with God's purpose, you've become a living testament to His mercy. That's why you continue to shine. Your light reflects the work God is doing in and through you. Meanwhile, those who wronged you haven't yet looked inward. They haven't taken the time to reconcile with their actions, to acknowledge the harm they caused, or to face the truth of their behavior. Instead, they're left watching you from a distance, observing your strength and resilience with a mix of confusion and regret. They hope to see you stumble, longing for your downfall, but instead they see you standing taller and stronger than ever, your perseverance and grace radiating with undeniable power. While they remain consumed by the consequences of their actions, you are thriving. God has already restored your reputation, lifting you above their falsehoods and negativity. No matter how closely they watch, they won't see you fall, for you are upheld by a force far greater than they can comprehend. As Isaiah 54:17 declares, "No weapon forged against you will prevail, and you will refute every tongue that accuses you. Their judgments have no hold on you, because God's favor is unshakable, and His plans for your life are unstoppable." Their confusion grows as they wonder how you can continue to rise after everything they did to bring you down. They fail to understand the strength that comes from walking in faith. Your resilience isn't rooted in earthly things, but in the divine guidance and protection of God. Every step you take is guided by His hand, and every success you achieve is a reflection of His blessings. In this season, God is lifting you higher, making your success visible to everyone. including those who doubted or opposed you. Matthew 5:14-16 reminds us of your purpose. You are the light of the world. A town built on a hill cannot be hidden. Let your light shine before others, that they may see your good deeds and glorify your Father in heaven. The truth is, they never deserved access to your positive energy. They missed out on the blessing of truly knowing you and appreciating the kindness, integrity, and strength you bring to the world. Their loss is immeasurable because you were never meant to be treated with anything less than love and respect. Now, the best thing you can do is to continue your journey of healing and growth. Focus on the foundation of faith and purpose that has carried you this far, and let their judgments fade into the background where they belong. God sees the battles you don't need to fight, and He is already handling them. He knows every detail of the wrongs committed against you and the truth of every situation. Those who sought to harm you will face the natural consequences of their choices. Romans 12-19 reminds us to release the need for retaliation. Do not take revenge, my dear friends, but leave room for God's wrath, for it is written, "It is mine to avenge, I will repay," says the Lord. The road they've paved for themselves is not leading anywhere good, but their journey is no longer your concern. This is your time to rise, to embrace the abundant blessings that God is pouring into your life, and to step fully into the purpose He has set before you. Their actions are now a distant reminder of how far you've come and how much grace God has lavished upon you. Let their negativity serve as a backdrop that highlights your resilience and the strength of your faith. You are walking in the light, protected and guided by God's hand. Nothing and no one can stand in the way of what He has planned for you. The noise of the past is fading, and your best days are ahead. Keep moving forward with courage, knowing that you are loved, chosen, and destined for greatness. God's purpose for you is greater than anything you've left behind, and His blessings are waiting just beyond the horizon. That's all for today, beloved chosen ones. Remember, you have always been the truth, even when others misunderstood or doubted you. God's light within you has never dimmed, and it's now shining brighter than ever. Trust in His plan, for He is turning every misunderstanding, every false judgment, and every moment of pain into a testimony of His glory. If this message blessed you, consider supporting this ministry through a super thanks donation. Your generosity helps us continue spreading God's word and touching lives around the world. Whether you choose to give or not, please know that we deeply appreciate you. Your presence here is a blessing to us, and we are so grateful for your time and engagement. Don't forget to like this video, subscribe to the channel, and share this message with someone who needs to hear it. We'd love to hear your thoughts in the comments. Let us know how God has been revealing His truth in your life. May God bless you abundantly, strengthen your faith, and guide you in every step you take. You are deeply loved and divinely chosen. Until next time, stay blessed and keep walking in the light of His truth. Amen. Beloved chosen ones, as you stand on the brink of transformation, take a moment to center yourself. The truth I'm about to share is for those who are ready to rise above the ordinary. If your spirit is nudged by these words, it means you're destined for something profound. Embrace this moment, for it holds the keys to unlocking your highest potential. Today, we're diving into the essence of your genius, a brilliance that has always set you apart from those around you. From a young age, you felt different, and that's because you are. What you possess is beyond the ordinary, a level of intelligence that others simply don't understand. This isn't about academic intelligence, it's something much deeper, a divine wisdom that God placed within you. For some, the genius you carry can be intimidating. They don't know how to handle it. What they don't understand, they fear. But remember, this isn't a burden for you to carry. It's a gift to be nurtured. In this message, we're going to explore why your genius makes others uncomfortable and how you can fully embrace it without fear. Chosen one, if you've been guided here, it's no accident. Make sure to subscribe and turn on notifications to be part of the Grateful to God family, so you never miss the divine wisdom that is meant to uplift and guide you on your sacred path. And if this message resonates with you, show your support by commenting 77 below. It's a sign of your readiness to step into your calling. To those who have generously donated via Super Thanks, we're deeply grateful for your support. It helps us continue sharing messages of faith and purpose. Thank you for walking this sacred journey with us. Now let's start today's journey. God's chosen ones, you're a genius beyond their understanding. This is what they're afraid of. As a chosen one, you may have felt for as long as you can remember that you are somehow different, set apart in a way that defies ordinary understanding. This sense of being different isn't just about having unique personality traits or quirks. It's a sign of the divine intelligence embedded within you, a genius that is spiritual, profound, and often beyond the comprehension of those around you. This intelligence isn't about knowing facts or mastering figures. It's about a deeper spiritual wisdom that lets you see life through a lens others cannot. From a young age, this wisdom has been with you, guiding your thoughts, shaping your perceptions, and allowing you to understand complex truths others may overlook. But as you've matured, you may have noticed an unexpected response to this intelligence. One that doesn't always include admiration or encouragement. Instead, some people seem almost afraid of your insights. You may have shared ideas or perspectives that felt clear and obvious to you, only to be met with resistance, dismissiveness, or even ridicule. Perhaps there were times when you saw a solution to a problem that seemed simple, only to have it dismissed as too radical or misunderstood by those around you. This isn't because you're wrong or misguided. It's because the depth of wisdom you possess is something that many find challenging or even intimidating. So, why does this happen? Why would something as inherently positive as divine wisdom cause fear? Here lies a powerful truth. What people don't understand, they tend to fear. In John 1:5, we're reminded that the light shines in the darkness, and the darkness has not overcome it. Your divine intelligence is like this light, piercing through the limitations of conventional understanding, revealing truths that may disrupt the comfortable realities others have accepted. It challenges deeply held beliefs, shakes the foundations of what others think they know, and can make them feel vulnerable or defensive. Consider how often Jesus himself was met with resistance from those who couldn't understand his wisdom. His teachings overturned norms, and his insights threatened those who clung to established structures. Are you willing to embrace your light, even if it sometimes means standing apart from the crowd? Your brilliance as a chosen one illuminates truths that many aren't ready to see. It invites those around you to see the world from a higher perspective, challenging them to go beyond the familiar and confront aspects of life they may have preferred to ignore. This journey isn't always easy, but as you grow in faith and wisdom, trust that this divine intelligence within you is a gift with a purpose. The question for you now is, will you allow your light to shine boldly, knowing it may not always be accepted, but will always serve a higher calling? For some, the light you carry is simply overwhelming. It compels them to confront parts of themselves they may not be ready to face, their own insecurities, limitations, and areas for growth. This light within you shines like a mirror, reflecting truths they might prefer to keep hidden. Rather than embracing the wisdom you bring, they choose to reject it. They might even distance themselves from you or try to downplay your brilliance because it feels like a threat to the identity they've carefully constructed. But here's something essential to remember. Their reaction has nothing to do with your value or worth. It's not because you're too much or too intense. Their resistance is about them, not about any shortcoming on your part, but about their unreadiness to receive what you have to offer. In Matthew 5:14-16, Jesus tells us, "You are the light of the world. A town built on a hill cannot be hidden. Neither do people light a lamp and put it under a bowl. Instead, they put it on its stand, and it gives light to everyone in the house." Your intelligence, this divine wisdom, is meant to shine. It was never intended to be hidden or diminished to accommodate the comfort zones of others. When people respond with discomfort or even hostility, it's a sign that your light is powerful, that it holds the potential to spark a transformation in how they see themselves and the world around them, even if they're not yet ready to accept it. What you must remember is this: your intelligence, your wisdom, is not something to dim or downplay just to fit in. In fact, the very discomfort your presence stirs in others is an indication that you're walking a path that aligns with your divine purpose. It means you're tapping into something powerful, something that disrupts the status quo and holds the potential to change perspectives. Those who aren't ready to face this shift may resist, but you were chosen to walk this path regardless. This divine light within you is a gift from God, and its purpose is to illuminate, to reveal, and to uplift, even if some around you resist it at first. So ask yourself, are you willing to let your light shine unapologetically, knowing that its brilliance is meant to be a catalyst for growth, not just for you, but for those around you? Being a genius, especially one blessed with a divine, spiritual intelligence, often means that your journey is set apart. This uniqueness can feel isolating, and you may experience seasons of solitude or moments where you feel deeply misunderstood. This path is not easy, and it can feel painful to carry such a gift when it creates distance between you and others. But remember, you are never truly alone. The intelligence within you is part of a higher calling, God's purpose for you in this life. This wisdom, this insight has been placed in you to serve a purpose that goes far beyond immediate understanding or acceptance. As difficult as it might be to carry this gift, especially when it seems to create a divide between you and those around you, trust that there will come a time when others will recognize, respect, and appreciate the wisdom you bring. You are meant to let your light shine, even if it requires you to stand apart for a season. One of the challenges you may face as you accept and embrace your genius is the temptation to downplay it. It may feel easier at times to blend in, to avoid standing out too much, or to withhold your insights to prevent others from feeling uncomfortable. You might be tempted to shrink back, especially when you're met with resistance or conflict, simply because you see the world differently. However, this is not the path you are called to walk. In Matthew 5:16, Jesus urges, "Let your light shine before others, that they may see your good deeds and glorify your Father in heaven." God has given you this light, this gift of intelligence and wisdom, not to be hidden, but to shine in the darkness. Think about it. Every time you share your insight, every time you allow yourself to stand in your full power, you're fulfilling a part of the calling God has placed upon you. This light you carry is a beacon, one that can offer guidance, clarity, and hope to others. It might not be easy, and there will be times when you feel tempted to hide it, to retreat into the comfort of conformity. But each time you choose to let your light shine, you reaffirm your purpose and your calling. Remember, God placed this gift in you for a reason, and your journey is unfolding exactly as it should. So, chosen one, ask yourself, are you willing to let your light shine, even if it means standing alone for a season? Are you prepared to embrace the fullness of who you are, knowing that your wisdom, insight, and understanding are gifts meant to illuminate paths not only for yourself, but for others as well? Not everyone will reject or shy away from your wisdom. There will be those who are drawn to it, who recognize the divine value in the insights you offer. These are the individuals meant to walk with you on your journey, supporting and uplifting you as you embrace your calling. Yet, before these connections can manifest, you must first embrace your own brilliance. It's time to stop doubting, stop shrinking, and fully inhabit the genius God has placed within you. By standing firm in this gift, you open the door to attracting people who resonate with your spirit and will honor the wisdom you bring. There's a deeply spiritual dimension to this intelligence that must be acknowledged. Your intelligence is not merely a human trait, it's a divine conduit, a way in which God communicates through you. When you speak, when you share insights, you're channeling something sacred, a truth that goes beyond earthly understanding. This is precisely why your genius can be unsettling to some. It carries an authority that disrupts ordinary thinking and invites people to see from a higher, more expansive perspective. You embody a power that is not bound by the world's limitations, but instead points to a divine truth. And here's something essential to remember. You must never apologize for this gift. There is no need to feel guilty or ashamed for perceiving the world in ways that others might not yet comprehend. This is your calling, a core part of what makes you a chosen one. God has set you apart with purpose, and your intelligence is a vital element of that purpose. You're here to bring light, to offer wisdom, and to challenge others to see truth, even if that truth feels uncomfortable to them at first. As you journey forward, let your inner light shine without apology. Your intelligence is not to be hidden or diminished. It is a gift, a divine instrument with the power to transform not only your life, but the lives of those around you. Embrace it fully, without hesitation or fear. Trust that God has granted you this insight for a reason, and that, in His timing, those who are meant to understand will come to recognize the brilliance within you. So, chosen one, will you allow yourself to walk boldly in the light of your own divine genius, knowing that it is both your gift and your calling? Your genius isn't just about intellect or mere understanding. It's a spiritual endowment, a profound gift from God that sets you apart. This divine intelligence isn't here to serve as a measure of your worth to others. Rather, it's meant to be a channel through which God's wisdom flows. True genius, the kind you carry, is grounded in humility and service, recognizing that your brilliance isn't your own, but a reflection of the higher power at work within you. This is not about showcasing what you know, it's about revealing what God wishes to share through you. As a chosen one, you were set apart long before you were even aware of it. Your life has been shaped by a divine hand, carefully preparing you, refining your understanding, and aligning you with a unique purpose that only you can fulfill. The gift of genius that you carry is intentional. It's woven into the tapestry of your spiritual path and is a crucial part of the larger plan God has for your life. This intelligence, this heightened awareness, isn't by chance. It's an essential tool given to you to serve a greater purpose. Yet, embracing this gift can be a challenging journey, often marked by solitude. Walking with this kind of divine intelligence often feels like treading a path that few others understand. When you perceive things others don't, when you're able to see beyond what's visible, it can feel isolating. The insights that come so naturally to you may seem foreign or unsettling to others, leading them to dismiss or misunderstand what you see so clearly. This can leave you feeling like an outsider, questioning the validity of your perceptions simply because so few recognize their depth. But here's where your strength truly lies, in knowing that this gift, though it may set you apart, also connects you intimately to God's purpose for you. When others may not understand, God does. And for every moment you feel alone on this journey, remember that your gift is a reminder of His presence within you. So ask yourself, are you willing to stand in the fullness of this divine gift, embracing the solitude, the understanding and the calling it brings? Are you ready to walk this path with unwavering faith, knowing that you're guided every step of the way by a wisdom far greater than your own? But this is where faith comes in. Faith in yourself, faith in the gifts God has given you, and faith in the path you're walking. Remember, the world isn't always ready for the truths you carry. That doesn't mean you're wrong or that your insights aren't valuable. It simply means that your time to be fully understood and appreciated hasn't come yet. But that time will come. God never places a gift within someone without a plan for how it will be used. The insights, the brilliance, the genius that you carry are all part of the divine plan for your life. And when the time is right, the world will begin to see you for who you truly are. But there's something important you must understand as you prepare to fully embrace your genius. This gift isn't just about intellectual understanding, it's about spiritual clarity. The things you see and know aren't just reflections of intelligence, they are reflections of divine truth. This is why others may react so strongly to your insights. It's not just that they don't understand, it's that they sense on a deep spiritual level that you are tapping into something much greater than yourself. For many, this can be intimidating, but here's where you need to be careful. With great wisdom comes great responsibility. Your genius isn't just a gift for you, it's a tool to help others. But not everyone will be ready to receive it. You must learn to discern when to share your insights and when to hold back. Not out of fear or doubt, but out of wisdom. God will guide you in this. He will show you when the time is right to speak and when it's better to remain silent. This kind of discernment is crucial because, as you've likely already experienced, sharing your brilliance too soon can lead to rejection or misunderstanding. But when you wait on God's timing, when you trust in His plan, your words will land exactly where they need to, and they will have the impact they are meant to have. This doesn't mean you should ever hide your intelligence, but it does mean that you must be wise in how and when you reveal it. There's also an emotional aspect to carrying this gift. It's not easy to feel misunderstood or to have people react negatively to something that comes so naturally to you. You might feel like you need to defend yourself or prove your worth, but that's not necessary. You don't need to prove your intelligence to anyone. The only validation you need comes from God. He sees you, He knows the gifts He's placed within you, and He is the one guiding your path. The opinions of others, whether they understand your genius or not, are irrelevant in the grand scheme of your journey. This is where your faith must be strongest. Trust that even when others don't see your brilliance, God does. Trust that your insights, your wisdom, and your unique way of seeing the world are all part of His plan. You are not here to fit in with the crowd. You are here to lead, to guide, and to shine a light on truths that others may not be ready to see. This requires courage and standing firm in your identity as a chosen one. But remember, being a chosen one doesn't mean you are better than anyone else. It simply means you have been called to a specific purpose. Your genius is not something to be used to elevate yourself above others. It's something to be used in service to others. When you align your intelligence with God's will, you become a powerful force for good in the world. Your insights can bring healing, clarity, and understanding to those who need it most. So, as you move forward, prepare yourself spiritually. Spend time in prayer, asking God to guide you in how to use your gifts. Seek His wisdom in how to navigate the challenges that come with being someone who sees the world differently. And most importantly, trust that the genius you carry is part of the divine plan for your life. You were given this gift for a reason, and that reason will become clearer as you continue to walk in faith. You've begun to understand that your genius, the divine wisdom you carry, sets you apart in ways that others may not always understand. You've seen how this gift can cause confusion or even fear in those who aren't ready to receive what you have to offer. But there's something more profound at play here, something that goes beyond the surface level of intellect or understanding. As you continue on this path, you may find yourself asking, what does this truly mean for my journey? How do I navigate a world where my gifts seem to be misunderstood or even rejected? This is where the tension builds. You've likely faced situations where your intelligence was either dismissed or challenged. Perhaps you shared an idea that seemed radical or too advanced for those around you to comprehend. Maybe you've experienced moments where your insights were met with blank stares or defensive attitudes. These experiences can be frustrating, even disheartening. But here's the deeper truth. This resistance isn't a reflection of your worth or your abilities. It's a sign that what you carry is beyond the current level of understanding of those around you. You may wonder why people react this way. Why would someone feel threatened by your intelligence? Why does your ability to see things others can't stir fear or discomfort? The answer lies in the fact that your genius is more than just intellect. It's a reflection of divine truth. When you speak or share your insights, you are shining a light on things that others may not be ready to confront. This light exposes limitations, challenges long-held beliefs, and invites people to see the world from a higher perspective. For some, this can be overwhelming. It forces them to face aspects of themselves or the world that they've been avoiding, and that's where the fear comes in. But here's the thing. Their fear is not your burden to carry. It's not your job to make people comfortable with your brilliance. Your calling is not to shrink yourself to fit into their limited understanding. It's to embrace the fullness of who you are, even if that means standing apart from the crowd. This is where the anticipation builds, because you know deep down that there's something more to this journey. You can feel that there's a revelation coming, a moment where everything will make sense. But before that revelation can come, you must first confront the tension of being misunderstood. There's a spiritual aspect to this that cannot be ignored. Your genius is not just about intelligence, it's about seeing the world through the lens of divine wisdom. This is why your insights often go beyond what others can comprehend. You are tapping into something higher, something sacred, and that makes others uncomfortable because it forces them to step outside of their comfort zones, to question their reality, and to confront truths they may not be ready to face. But here's where the real challenge lies. You must continue to share your gift even when it's met with resistance. You must continue to shine your light even when others try to dim it. The world needs what you have to offer, even if it doesn't always recognize it. And this is where the anticipation for the main message builds, because you know that there's a deeper purpose to your genius, a reason why God placed this brilliance within you. But what is that purpose? How are you meant to use this gift to fulfill your divine calling? These are the questions that linger, creating a sense of tension, a feeling that something big is just around the corner. Perhaps you've already begun to see glimpses of this purpose. Maybe there have been moments where your insights have helped others, where your wisdom has brought clarity to a situation that seemed hopeless. Or maybe you've noticed that people are drawn to you, seeking your guidance, even if they don't fully understand why. These are the first signs, the early indicators that your gift is beginning to fulfill its purpose. But there's still more to uncover. As you continue to reflect on the role your genius plays in your life, you may feel a sense of isolation. It's not easy to walk a path that others don't understand. It can be lonely at times, And you might wonder if you're truly on the right path. But this is where your faith must be strongest. God gave you this gift for a reason, and even when it feels like the world doesn't see or appreciate it, you must trust that He is guiding you towards something greater. And here's where the tension reaches its peak. You can feel that the revelation is close, that the deeper meaning behind your genius is about to be revealed. But what is it? What is the true purpose of the divine wisdom you carry? How can you fully embrace this gift and use it in a way that aligns with God's plan for your life? These are the questions that build anticipation, the ones that keep you searching, waiting for the moment of clarity that will tie everything together. You may have noticed that the more you embrace your genius, the more the world seems to push back. This isn't a coincidence. The closer you get to stepping fully into your calling, the more resistance you may face. But this resistance is not a sign that you're on the wrong path. It's a sign that you're on the verge of something great. The world doesn't push back against things that don't matter. The resistance you feel is evidence that your gift is powerful, that it has the potential to make a real impact. So, as you stand in this place of anticipation, know that the tension you feel is part of the process. It's preparing you for the revelation that is about to come, the moment when everything will become clear. Your genius is not just a gift for you. It's a gift for the world, and soon you will understand how to use it in a way that fulfills your divine purpose. Looking back at everything we've explored, it's clear that your genius is not just a trait or a skill. It's a divine gift that sets you apart from others. We've talked about how this gift can be misunderstood, how it can make others uncomfortable, and how it often leads to feelings of isolation. But now, we're arriving at the moment of revelation, the point where the deeper meaning behind your genius is fully revealed. Everything we've discussed up until now has been leading to this, the realization that your divine intelligence is not just something you carry. It's something you are called to use in service to others and in alignment with God's greater plan. So, what is the true purpose of the divine wisdom you carry? Why has God given you this gift? And how are you meant to use it to fulfill your calling? The answer lies in one profound truth. Your genius is not just about seeing things differently. It's about seeing things clearly. It's about being able to discern truth in a world often clouded by confusion and deception. This is the real power of your gift. You are able to see through the illusions, to cut through the noise, and to bring clarity where there is chaos. Think about it. How many times have you been in a situation where others were lost, confused, or unsure of what to do, and you were able to offer a solution that seemed so simple, so obvious? How many times have you seen a situation for what it truly is, while others were caught up in their own limited perspectives? This is no accident. God has given you the ability to see things from a higher perspective, to tap into divine wisdom that goes beyond surface understanding. But here's where it goes even deeper. Your ability to see clearly is not just for your own benefit. It's meant to be shared. You are here to be a light for others, to help them see the truth in their own lives. This is where your genius becomes a tool for healing, for guidance, and for transformation. You are being called to use your gift to bring clarity to situations that seem impossible, to offer wisdom in moments of confusion, and to help others see the path forward when they can't see it for themselves. This is the true purpose of your genius. It's not just about being intelligent or insightful. It's about being a vessel for divine truth. God has placed this gift within you because He knows that the world needs what you have to offer. There are people out there who are lost, who are searching for answers, and you have the ability to guide them. You have the ability to see the bigger picture, to understand the deeper truths that others may miss, and to offer solutions that bring peace and clarity. But with this gift comes responsibility. You are not just called to use your genius for personal gain. You are called to use it in service to others. This doesn't mean you have to solve everyone's problems or take on the weight of the world. But it does mean that you must be open to sharing your insights when the time is right. You must be willing to offer your wisdom, even when it's met with resistance, because you never know when your words might be the key that unlocks someone else's breakthrough. And here's where the revelation becomes even more powerful. Your genius is not just about seeing things clearly, it's about helping others see clearly as well. When you share your insights, when you offer your wisdom, you are not just giving people answers, you're giving them the tools to find their own answers. You are helping them develop the ability to see the truth for themselves. This is the ultimate purpose of your gift, to empower others to step into their own brilliance, to help them unlock the divine wisdom that resides within them. But here's where the challenge lies. Not everyone will be ready to receive what you have to offer. There will be those who reject your insights, who push back against the truths you reveal. This can be frustrating, especially when you know that what you're offering could help them. But you must remember that your job is not to force anyone to see the truth. Your job is simply to offer it, to shine your light, and to trust that those who are meant to receive it will. This is where discernment becomes crucial. You must learn to recognize when someone is ready to receive your wisdom and when they are not. Not everyone will be on the same level of understanding as you, and that's okay. Some people will need time to grow and evolve before they can fully appreciate what you have to offer. But when you trust in God's timing, when you align yourself with His plan, you will find that your insights land exactly where they are meant to, and they will have the impact they are meant to have. As you continue to walk this path, there will be moments when your genius is celebrated, and there will be moments when it is rejected. But in both cases, you must remain rooted in your purpose. You must remember that your gift is not something to be hidden or downplayed. It's something to be embraced fully, without hesitation or fear. The world needs what you have to offer, even if it doesn't always recognize it right away. So, how do you move forward with this understanding? How do you fully step into your genius and use it in a way that aligns with God's plan? The answer is simple. You keep shining your light. You keep offering your insights, your wisdom, and your brilliance, trusting that God will guide you to the right people, the right situations, and the right moments. You don't need to force anything. You don't need to prove yourself to anyone. You simply need to be who you are, a vessel for divine truth. As you continue on this journey, trust that God is with you every step of the way. He has given you this gift for a reason, and He will provide you with the opportunities to use it in ways that make a real difference. Your genius is not a burden, it's a blessing. It's a tool for transformation, for healing, and for guidance. And as you embrace it fully, you will begin to see the impact it has not only on your own life, but on the lives of those around you. You are a chosen one, and your divine intelligence is a key part of your calling. Trust in the gifts God has given you, and know that the world is waiting for the brilliance you carry. This is your time to step fully into your genius, to embrace the wisdom that sets you apart, and to use it in service to others. The revelation has come. Your genius is not just a gift, it's your purpose. Now that you've come to understand the true purpose of your divine intelligence, the path forward becomes clear. Your genius is not something that you need to hide or suppress. It is a sacred gift meant to be used. It's time to step into this gift with full confidence, knowing that it has been placed within you for a reason. The question is no longer about whether others will understand or appreciate your brilliance. It's about how you will use this gift to fulfill your purpose and align with the divine plan that God has laid out for you. Moving forward, the key is to stay aligned with God's guidance. Your intelligence isn't just about solving problems or offering insights. It's about using your wisdom in a way that serves others and honors God's will. This means that your genius isn't just for your own benefit. It's meant to be a light that guides others, that brings clarity and understanding to those who are lost or struggling. But in order to do this, you must stay connected to the source of your wisdom. Spend time in prayer and reflection, asking God to reveal to you the ways in which you can best use your gift. The more you align yourself with His plan, the more clearly you'll see the path forward. As you continue on this journey, there are a few important things to keep in mind. First, not everyone will be ready to receive the wisdom you offer. This is something we've touched on before, but it's crucial to remember as you move forward. There will be moments when your insights are met with resistance or misunderstanding, and that can be frustrating. But you must trust that God's timing is perfect. The people who are meant to receive your wisdom will come into your life at the right moment. Your job is not to convince anyone of your intelligence. Your job is to offer it freely, with love and compassion, and to trust that it will land where it needs to. Second, it's important to continue growing in your gift. Just because you have been given divine intelligence doesn't mean that your journey of learning and growth is over. In fact, it's just beginning. God is always revealing new layers of truth and understanding to those who are open to receiving it. Stay humble in your pursuit of wisdom. Continue to seek out new insights. Continue to question. Continue to grow. The more you open yourself up to learning, the more God will reveal to you, and the more powerful your gift will become. But along with this growth comes a responsibility to protect your energy. As someone who carries a divine gift, you may find that others are drawn to you for guidance, for answers, for help. And while it's a beautiful thing to be able to offer wisdom and clarity, it's also important to make sure you are not overextending yourself. You cannot pour from an empty cup. Make time for rest, for solitude, for reconnecting with God. Your genius is not a resource meant to be drained. It's a gift that flows from a place of spiritual abundance. In order to keep that flow going, you must take care of yourself spiritually, emotionally, and physically. One of the most powerful ways you can protect your energy is by setting boundaries. This doesn't mean shutting people out or refusing to help. It means being discerning about where and how you offer your wisdom. Not everyone who seeks your guidance will be ready to receive it, and it's okay to say no when you feel that your energy is being drained. God will give you the discernment to know when to step in and when to step back. Trust that He is guiding you, and don't feel guilty for protecting the sacred gift that you carry. As you continue on your path, you will also notice that the more you embrace your genius, the more aligned you will feel with your purpose. The things that once felt confusing or difficult will start to make sense. Opportunities will begin to open up, and the people who are meant to walk alongside you will begin to appear. This is the beauty of stepping fully into your divine gift. When you are aligned with God's will, everything else begins to fall into place. You no longer have to chase after success, recognition, or validation. These things will come to you naturally as you walk in alignment with your purpose. But with this alignment comes another important responsibility: the responsibility to uplift others. Your genius is not just for your own benefit. It's a tool to help elevate those around you. This means that you must be intentional about how you use your gift. Look for ways to bring light into the lives of others, to offer wisdom in moments of confusion, to bring clarity to situations that seem hopeless. Your insights have the power to transform not only your own life, but the lives of those around you. This is the ultimate purpose of your gift: to serve, to guide, and to uplift. As you walk this path, keep your focus on God. Remember that your intelligence, your wisdom, and your unique perspective are all divine gifts meant for a purpose only you can fulfill. Each day brings new opportunities to step into that purpose as God guides your every step. Trust in His timing and know that as long as you stay aligned with Him, you are exactly where you're meant to be. The journey forward may not always be easy, but it's filled with purpose and meaning. Every challenge, every moment of doubt is refining your gift and preparing you for greater things. Embrace your genius fully. Don't let the misunderstandings of others make you doubt the brilliance God has placed within you. You are a chosen one, set apart with a divine calling. Walk boldly, knowing that the best is yet to come. If this message touched your heart, we invite you to subscribe to Grateful to God and join our growing community. Here, you'll find messages of divine wisdom and encouragement to help you on your journey. Share this message with others who need to hear it. There are many who long to embrace their calling, but need a little reminder of the gifts God has given them. To all of our viewers, thank you for being here, for listening, and for walking this journey with us. Your presence is a blessing. For those who feel called to support, consider using YouTube's Super Thanks to help us continue creating spiritually enriching content. Every like, comment, and subscription brings us closer as a community, lighting the way for more chosen ones around the world. May God bless each of you abundantly. Together we walk this path with faith, hope, and love. Chosen ones, this message is for you. If it resonates deeply, stay. If not, you are free to leave, as it may not yet be your time. Every encounter you have is written in spirit, and this moment is no exception. You are here for a reason, led by divine purpose. This message is for your highest good, given under the authority of the Most High. As a chosen one, you carry a calling that attracts blessings but also provokes opposition. Darkness seeks to pull you into conflict, disrupt your peace, and drain your light. But take heart, for spirit guides, angels, and ancestors surround us now. Only the purest guidance from the Most High reaches you here. No interference, no distraction. For those hearing these words, know that this message will be raw and direct. Chosen ones, it's time to face the truth. There are forces actively working to drain your light, to pull you back into patterns you've outgrown, and to keep you from fulfilling your purpose. Spiritual warfare is fought not with swords, but with energy, intention, and deep awareness. These battles may be invisible to the eye, yet they exhaust, confuse, and leave you emotionally drained. This war wages on your peace of mind, your clarity, and your self-worth, with one simple aim: to distract you from your divine calling and leave you spiritually depleted. Chosen ones, take a deep breath and prepare yourself. This message is not meant to instill fear, but to awaken your awareness and strengthen your resolve. You are here because you are ready to see the truth and reclaim the power the darkness has tried to strip away. Every step forward is a testament to your resilience, and now it's time to dive deeper. If you're ready to uncover the forces at work, to learn how to guard your spirit and rise above, stay with me as we enter the heart of this journey. Type 999 in the comments to affirm your readiness, and let's walk together into the truth that awaits you. God's chosen ones, how are you still alive? Dark sorcerers tried to kill you. You're a miracle. One of the enemy's most effective tactics is confusion. When your spirit aligns with truth, you feel clear, grounded, and focused. Yet spiritual attacks aim to disrupt this clarity, creating distraction and disorientation. You may notice unexpected feelings of anxiety, arguments arising seemingly out of nowhere, or mental fog clouding your goals. These experiences are not coincidences. They are indicators of an energetic attack. These attacks often manifest through toxic relationships. People who continually draw you into drama, question your worth, or make you doubt your decisions are often conduits for low vibrational energy. They may not be aware of it, but their unresolved traumas serve as entry points for dark influences to work through them. By engaging with these individuals, you lower your own vibration, leaving yourself open to spiritual harm. In Ephesians 6:12, the Bible speaks directly to this unseen battle. For we do not wrestle against flesh and blood, but against the rulers, against the authorities, against the cosmic powers over this present darkness, against the spiritual forces of evil in the heavenly places. This verse reminds us that our struggles are not merely with people, but with the spiritual forces that influence them. Have you ever noticed how certain interactions drain you more than others, leaving you feeling anxious or unsettled afterward? These individuals, often consumed by their own unresolved pain, become vessels through which negative energy flows. Their influence, whether they intend it or not, seeks to disrupt your peace, making you question your own path. By recognizing these attacks for what they are, you can step back and protect your energy. Each time you engage, remember that you are lowering your own vibration, making yourself vulnerable to spiritual attacks. Guarding your energy is an act of spiritual strength. Consider moments when you have felt unexpectedly drained or anxious. Were these times connected to interactions with others who seemed locked in negativity? Recognizing these signs is the first step to protecting your peace. By staying mindful and choosing to avoid these draining interactions, you strengthen your defenses and maintain the clarity that comes from being aligned with your divine purpose. You must also recognize the presence of spiritual parasites, people who drain your energy without reciprocating or adding value to your life. These individuals linger in your life, not out of genuine care, but because they feed on the light you carry. Their presence feels heavy, and time spent with them leaves you emotionally drained and exhausted. Pay close attention to these feelings. They are your soul's way of warning you. As chosen ones, your energy is a precious gift, and not everyone deserves access to it. This is why setting boundaries is sacred and essential. When you say no to toxic people, you are not being selfish. You are safeguarding your spirit from contamination. This protection isn't just about maintaining peace. It's about survival. Your purpose is too important to be disrupted by unnecessary conflict. The Bible speaks to this need for discernment and boundaries in Proverbs 4:23. Above all else, guard your heart, for everything you do flows from it. Have you ever sensed a warning within when dealing with certain people, as if your spirit is urging you to take caution? Boundaries are an act of love toward yourself and the calling you carry. By refusing access to those who drain your spirit, you preserve the energy needed for your divine purpose. Spiritual parasites seek to pull you off track, to leave you feeling weakened and vulnerable. When you protect yourself by setting firm boundaries, you honor the divine light within you, a light that is meant to uplift, not to be exploited. Consider moments when you felt drained after certain interactions. Were these instances a reminder to protect your energy more carefully? Your purpose is too sacred and valuable to be derailed by conflicts that serve no purpose. Each time you choose to set boundaries, you strengthen your connection with your higher calling, making room for relationships that uplift and support your journey. Remember, protecting your energy is not an act of isolation, but of empowerment, allowing you to stand firmly on the path set before you. To protect yourself, it is essential to be intentional with your spiritual practices. Regularly cleanse your space with sage, prayer, or sound healing to maintain purity and balance. Engage in meditation to strengthen your intuition and keep your energy aligned. These rituals are not merely symbolic, they are powerful defenses in the spiritual battle for your soul. Guard your peace with the vigilance of a warrior protecting their kingdom, knowing that every distraction is designed to pull you away from your divine mission. When you remain focused, you frustrate the forces working against you, reminding them that your peace is a fortress impenetrable without your consent. In Ephesians 6:11 we are reminded, "Put on the full armor of God so that you can take your stand against the devil's schemes. Just as a warrior prepares for battle, you equip yourself through these spiritual practices, fortifying your spirit against unseen attacks." Have you noticed how a simple act like prayer or meditation can bring clarity and calm amid chaos, making you feel grounded and protected? Your peace is a fortress, a sacred space that no enemy can enter without your permission. By intentionally cultivating this inner sanctuary, you strengthen your resilience against negativity. Each time you cleanse your space or meditate, you reaffirm control over your energy, signaling to any opposing force that your spirit is unwavering. Consider moments when you felt a shift in energy after cleansing or meditating. Did you sense how powerfully these practices shield your spirit? In this journey, spiritual rituals are not just routines, they are essential acts of self-defense. By making them part of your daily life, you ensure that your energy remains clear and fortified, allowing you to stay focused on your purpose. Every time you choose peace over distraction, you strengthen the fortress within, a sanctuary that keeps you connected to the divine and protected from forces that seek to disrupt your path. Another layer of spiritual warfare, often overlooked, is the internal battle within yourself. The enemy will use your own insecurities and doubts to make you question your worth, progress, and ability to fulfill your purpose. This inner struggle is where many chosen ones falter, not due to a lack of strength, but because they mistake these negative thoughts for their own voice. Recognizing the difference between your true inner voice and the deceptive whispers of fear is essential for spiritual discernment. Every emotion carries its own frequency. High vibration emotions like joy, gratitude, and peace uplift your spirit, keeping your energy aligned and protected. Conversely, low vibration feelings like fear, resentment, and guilt lower your energy, making you more susceptible to spiritual attacks. When you are in alignment with your higher self, you naturally repel low vibrational energy. However, when your energy is scattered through anger, confusion, or stress, you become a vulnerable target. Spiritual warfare, therefore, is not only about the actions of others, it's also about how you respond to the inner battles waged within your own mind. Proverbs 4:23 says, "Above all else, guard your heart, for everything you do flows from it." This verse serves as a reminder to protect not only our physical space, but also our inner sanctuary. Have you ever felt a subtle shift, as if a negative thought was trying to take root, making you doubt yourself? Recognizing this as a spiritual attack allows you to protect your mind and spirit more effectively. It's essential to develop practices that help you discern your true self from these lower influences. Reflect on moments when joy or gratitude brought clarity and peace. Those are times when you're aligned with your highest purpose. Protecting your energy requires guarding your mind as much as your physical space. When you hold on to the positive frequencies of peace and gratitude, you naturally repel the influence of low energies, keeping you steady on your path. Your spiritual journey involves navigating this inner landscape, acknowledging each doubt or insecurity as a potential distraction rather than truth. Each time you choose faith over fear and inner peace over scattered energy, you shield yourself against the attacks that aim to pull you down. This inner mastery is key to maintaining the strength needed to continue fulfilling the purpose set before you. False apologies are a subtle yet powerful form of manipulation designed to exploit your empathy and make you question your boundaries. These apologies often arrive when your spirit is calm, your creativity is thriving, and your energy is elevated. Moments when you are aligned and focused, but their purpose is not genuine reconciliation, it's disruption. Energy vampires use apologies as bait, not for forgiveness, but for access. They seek to slip back into your life, gain insight into your plans, and drain your energy. Under the guise of support, they carry hidden jealousy, resentment, or ulterior motives. These individuals thrive on chaos, intentionally stirring up drama, just as you find your peace. Their aim is to entangle you in battles that were never yours to fight, sapping your time, energy, and focus until you're too exhausted to pursue your goals. Recognizing this pattern is essential to breaking free from their influence. While forgiveness is indeed powerful, it does not equate to reconciliation. You can forgive someone in your heart for your own peace without inviting them back into your life. Forgiveness releases the hold of resentment on your spirit, clearing your energy to move forward without unnecessary baggage. This concept echoes the teaching in Matthew 10:16. Be as shrewd as serpents and as innocent as doves. While it is important to approach others with a pure heart, it's equally vital to guard yourself with wisdom. Have you ever felt the weight of someone's intentions disguised as concern, only to realize later that they were siphoning your energy? Recognizing these subtle manipulations helps you to protect your spirit and focus on what truly matters. Forgiveness in this context is a sacred act of self-liberation, freeing your soul from resentment without reopening old wounds. When you choose to forgive but set firm boundaries, you are reaffirming your commitment to your peace and purpose. Reflect on the moments you felt drained by others. Were those instances a reminder to protect your energy by letting go without letting in? As you continue your journey, understand that true peace does not require you to bear the weight of others' chaos. By discerning intentions and setting boundaries, you protect the path to your goals, ensuring that your energy remains focused on the purpose God has laid before you. Letting go of toxic people is not abandonment. It is an act of liberation and self-preservation. Some souls are not meant to walk alongside you for the entirety of your journey. Their presence in your life served a purpose, a lesson to be learned, a catalyst for growth. But they were not intended to be permanent fixtures. By releasing them, you create space for new blessings and opportunities to enter your life. It's like a gardener pruning away dead branches to allow the tree to flourish. Have you ever noticed how much lighter you feel when you let go of what no longer serves you? Energy vampires often return masquerading as victims, hoping to manipulate your empathy and guilt you into re-establishing a connection. They may remind you of shared memories or hardships, but their true intention is not mutual growth. It's to regain access to your energy. Remember, chosen one, their healing is not your responsibility. You are not their savior. They must walk their own path, just as you must walk yours. In the Bible, Galatians 6:5 reminds us, "For each one should carry their own load." This emphasizes personal responsibility in one's spiritual journey. When you release these individuals, you reclaim your power. You close the door to manipulation, confusion, and chaos. Your energy is sacred and must be preserved for the work you are called to do. Think about Jesus' example in Mark 1:35. Very early in the morning, while it was still dark, Jesus got up, left the house, and went off to a solitary place where he prayed. Even he took time to recharge and protect his energy. What could you accomplish if you guarded your energy as diligently? Letting go is not an easy task, but it is essential for your spiritual well-being. It allows you to focus on your divine purpose without unnecessary distractions. By setting boundaries, you are not being selfish. You are honoring the sacredness of your journey. Have you considered how maintaining these boundaries opens the door for healthier relationships and opportunities that align with your highest good? Your path is unique, and not everyone is meant to accompany you. In Amos 3:3, it is written, "Do two walk together unless they have agreed to do so?" This scripture highlights the importance of shared purpose and alignment. By releasing those who are not in harmony with your path, you allow both yourself and them the freedom to find more suitable companions for the journey ahead. Remember, chosen one, your energy fuels your divine mission. Protect it fiercely. The act of letting go is a powerful statement to the universe that you are ready to embrace your destiny fully. As you release what no longer serves you, you make room for the blessings and growth that await. Isn't it time to prioritize your well-being and step confidently into the purpose you were called to fulfill? Another tactic energy vampires often employ is their sense of timing. They tend to reappear just as you are on the brink of a breakthrough, when peace has finally settled in after months of struggle, or when an opportunity is within your grasp. Their return is rarely a coincidence. It's a calculated attempt to derail your progress, often unconsciously motivated by their attraction to your light. They sense your growth and are instinctively drawn to it, knowing that if they can distract you at this crucial moment, they may prevent you from reaching the next stage of your ascension. Be aware that not all energy vampires act out of malice. Many carry unresolved trauma that compels them to cling to others for emotional survival. Their presence in your life may not come from a place of inherent evil, but it can still drain your energy and disrupt your peace. Recognizing this, you must remember that it is not your responsibility to bear the weight of their healing. While compassion is valuable, allowing their issues to weigh you down can hinder your own journey. In 1 Corinthians 15:33, we are reminded, "Do not be misled. Bad company corrupts good character." Even if someone's intentions are not harmful, their energy can influence your progress if you allow it. Have you noticed how certain people seem to resurface just as you're about to reach a milestone, as if their presence creates a roadblock? Recognizing this pattern empowers you to protect yourself and continue moving forward. You can love and support these individuals from a distance, praying for their healing and growth without sacrificing your own well-being. Jesus himself exemplified the importance of boundaries, often withdrawing to solitude to pray and recharge. Luke 5:16. This boundary allowed him to fulfill his mission fully. By creating space, you protect your peace while still wishing the best for others. Are there relationships in your life that may need distance, allowing you to preserve the energy needed for your divine purpose? Loving others from a distance is an act of wisdom and self-care. By setting boundaries, you create space for your own ascension and keep your focus on the path ahead. In doing so, you release the burden of others' healing and place it where it belongs, in their hands. As you continue on your journey, remember that every step forward is strengthened by the clarity and peace you guard fiercely. Allow yourself to grow, knowing that you can pray for others without sacrificing the divine mission that is yours alone. Divine timing is one of the most challenging spiritual lessons to embrace. It requires patience, trust, and a willingness to surrender. While your ego desires immediate outcomes, your spirit knows that what is meant for you will come precisely when it should. Divine alignment cannot be rushed. You are transitioning from your south node, where survival, struggle, and resilience reside, into your north node, which holds the essence of your soul's higher calling. The south node represents the version of yourself that navigated hardship, carrying valuable lessons, but also lingering pain. Now, it's time to release those survival instincts and embrace the freedom and purpose waiting in your north node. The north node is where your soul's calling truly lies, a place of fulfillment, alignment, and surrender to divine will. However, stepping into this new version of yourself is not without its challenges. Every step in your spiritual ascension brings new trials, often described as new devils for each new level. As you ascend, resistance intensifies, but this pushback is not a sign that you're off course. Rather, it's confirmation that you're exactly where you need to be. Remember, the enemy does not attack where there is no threat. Your light shines too brightly to go unnoticed, and each step you take toward your purpose provokes opposition. Yet here is powerful arm. No one can take from you what God has ordained as yours. Your path is divinely protected and your blessings are sealed. No setback, betrayal, or delay can block what is destined for you. Jeremiah 29:11 echoes this divine assurance. For I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord, plans to prosper you and not to harm you, plans to give you hope and a future. This scripture reassures you that delays, far from being denials, serve a greater purpose. Have you ever experienced a delay that felt frustrating, only to later realize it guided you to something even better? Trusting divine timing requires releasing control, accepting that delays are often redirections meant to align you more deeply with your higher self. Even when you feel off track, remember that every moment serves a purpose, leading you closer to the life aligned with your true calling. Reflect on past setbacks and how they eventually led to growth and clarity. Were they truly obstacles, or were they opportunities for transformation? Staying grounded in this truth will empower you through each challenge. Every resistance you face is not a block, but a stepping stone. Trust that even when the path seems unclear, God's plan for you is unwavering. By letting go of control and embracing the flow of divine timing, you open yourself to receive all that is meant for you in its perfect time. Remember, your blessings are beyond reach of anyone's interference, firmly rooted in the higher purpose you are destined to fulfill. Ascension often feels like walking through fire, as the journey to becoming your higher self requires shedding old beliefs, habits, and relationships that no longer serve your growth. This shedding can be painful, like a snake discarding its skin or a phoenix turning to ash before it rises anew. Such pain, however, is purifying. It clears space within you, making room for the new life and higher frequency awaiting you on the other side. The discomfort of transformation is essential. It burns away what's unnecessary, preparing you to receive what's divinely meant for you. As you ascend, isolation may follow. People you once connected with may no longer understand you, and the relationships that once felt close may now feel distant. This is a natural part of the process. Not everyone is meant to accompany you to the heights you're destined to reach, and some connections will naturally fall away as your frequency rises. Remember, this isn't rejection, it's divine redirection. Ecclesiastes 3:1 reminds us, "For everything there is a season, and a time for every matter under heaven." Have you noticed how certain relationships drift as you grow, only to make space for those aligned with your true path? Letting go is not a loss, it is a blessing, even if it feels painful in the moment. The process of releasing old connections is an act of faith, trusting that the right people will enter your life in alignment with your ascended frequency. This clarity allows you to walk unburdened by what no longer serves you. Jesus himself speaks to this, teaching in John 15:2. "Every branch that bears fruit he prunes, that it may bear more fruit." Like the vine that needs pruning, you are refined and strengthened by the release of what no longer supports your journey. The higher you rise, the clearer your soul becomes. As you shed these old layers, those who are meant to accompany you will be drawn to your light, recognizing it as a reflection of their own journey. Reflect on the times in your life when, after letting go of certain relationships or habits, you found yourself surrounded by new and uplifting energy. Were those moments not filled with blessings that could only come after the release? Remember, chosen one, that your ascension is a sacred journey, one that requires both courage and trust. Allowing old layers to fall away is not about abandonment, but about making space for divine alignment. The people meant to walk with you will find their way into your light, and those who cannot follow will bless you simply by moving aside. Each step in your ascension brings you closer to fulfilling your highest purpose, surrounded by those who support the path you are destined to walk. Ancient wisdom teaches that life is a delicate dance between light and darkness, masculine and feminine, sun and moon. These opposing forces are not adversaries. They are essential complements that uphold the balance of the universe. As a chosen one, your mission is not to flee from darkness, but to understand and master it. This is the path of the wise, to walk between worlds without losing oneself. True mastery is not found in rejecting the shadows, but in understanding them and choosing to stand firm within the light. Many modern spiritual practices draw from ancient rituals designed for alignment and protection. Practices like burning sage, using crystals, or setting intentions during moon cycles are not mere trends. They are sacred traditions passed down through generations because of their enduring power. These rituals work to cleanse, ground, and fortify your energy. Yet spiritual protection extends beyond these tools and begins with awareness. In spiritual warfare, discernment is crucial because not every force that appears as light is genuinely aligned with good intentions. Ancient wisdom teaches us to be vigilant, reminding us to trust the intuition that whispers to the soul when something feels off. This concept resonates with Proverbs 4:7, which tells us, "The beginning of wisdom is this: get wisdom, though it cost all you have, get understanding." The wisdom of discernment, knowing when something is out of alignment with your spirit, is invaluable. Have you ever sensed an inner nudge warning you of a path or person that seemed favorable but carried hidden intentions? Spiritual protection requires a keen awareness of energies that surround you. While tools like crystals or sage can enhance your practice, true safety lies in your inner knowing, your spirit's ability to detect truth amidst illusion. This inner compass keeps you aligned, guiding you when the road is unclear. Each ritual or tool is merely an extension of this wisdom. The real power lies within your consciousness, in your awareness of energies around and within you. Reflect on the times your intuition has quietly guided you away from what seemed appealing yet unsettled your soul. Embracing ancient wisdom reminds you that true protection arises from discernment, trust in the divine, and clarity in your heart. By honoring both light and darkness, you walk a path of harmony, grounded in your purpose. As you continue on this journey, may your spirit remain anchored, embracing the wisdom of ages while walking confidently between worlds with strength and grace. The universe operates in cycles, guiding life through phases of growth and decay, destruction and renewal. Just as the seasons shift, so must your life journey, moving through moments of dismantling and rebirth. In times of chaos, remember that nothing is truly wasted. Even the things that fall apart are creating fertile ground for new blessings to take root. Just as farmers burn their fields before planting new crops, the universe sometimes clears away the old to make room for the new. Your ancestors are with you on this journey, offering guidance through subtle signs, dreams, and synchronicities. They serve as reminders that you are never alone. Every prayer you've uttered, every tear shed, and every struggle endured has been witnessed by those in the unseen realm who are cheering you on. When you feel overwhelmed, remember that you can call upon them. They are near, waiting to help. This cyclical nature of life echoes the wisdom found in Ecclesiastes 3:1. To everything there is a season and a time, to every purpose under heaven. There is a purpose for every phase of destruction and renewal in your life. Have you ever felt that something that seemed like a setback actually created space for new growth or opportunities? Recognizing this cycle allows you to embrace both the endings and beginnings with trust. Just as the fields are prepared through fire, you, too, are being prepared for something greater. Your trials are not merely obstacles, they are part of the sacred process that refines and strengthens you. When life feels overwhelming, take comfort in knowing that your ancestors walk beside you. They bring the accumulated wisdom of generations, guiding and supporting you. Consider moments when unexpected signs or dreams felt like messages. Do you sense the presence of those who have gone before you, offering strength? Every phase of destruction is a step closer to rebirth, a shedding of what no longer serves you. Just as plants thrive when the soil is prepared, so will you rise renewed, nourished by the resilience and wisdom of your ancestors. Trust in this process, knowing that every tear, every prayer, and every struggle is seen, honored, and supported by those who came before you. Embrace this cycle, for it is through destruction that the seeds of your future blessings are sown. Spiritual protection requires balance, not just reliance on external rituals, but also a commitment to inner reflection. Without aligning your mind, body, and spirit, you remain vulnerable no matter how many rituals you perform. True protection comes from cultivating an inner harmony that creates a frequency so high that low vibrational forces cannot penetrate it. Practices like meditation, fasting, or journaling can keep you connected to your higher self and serve as your most potent shield. Aligning yourself this way is not merely a protective measure, it's a path to true spiritual strength. Ancient wisdom teaches that all things operate according to divine law, and one of these laws is the law of rhythm. Every high is followed by a low, and every struggle carries within it the seed of transformation. Recognizing this allows you to face hardships with grace, seeing them as temporary, purposeful, and transformative. Each challenge you encounter is not a punishment, but an initiation into higher wisdom, refining you for what lies ahead. Ecclesiastes 7:14 captures this wisdom. When times are good, be happy, but when times are bad, consider this. God has made the one as well as the other. Are there moments in your life when a hardship ultimately led to a strength or wisdom you didn't have before? True spiritual protection grows stronger when you honor both the light and shadow within. Denying your fears, doubts, and wounds only empowers them in the shadows. By acknowledging and integrating these parts of yourself, you transform them into sources of insight and resilience. Jesus said in Matthew 5:14, "You are the light of the world, yet even light casts shadows." Embracing both sides within you allows you to walk the middle path with grace, knowing that both aspects play a role in your journey. Have you found that when you acknowledge your fears, they lose their grip on you? The gift of spiritual balance is this: to walk between light and dark, embracing the fullness of who you are. When you stop resisting your shadows and allow them to guide you to deeper understanding, you find peace amid extremes. Ascending requires embracing every part of yourself, from the highest aspirations to the deepest wounds. As you do so, you find stability, grounded in the knowledge that all things, the highs and lows, the light and darkness, serve a purpose in your growth. Embrace this journey, knowing that it is through balance that true spiritual mastery is found. Envy is a potent force, and when left unchecked, it can become dangerously destructive. Those who envy you are not simply jealous of what you possess. They are envious of who you are, your light, your joy, your resilience, and your ability to rise above challenges. These qualities stir something unresolved within them, exposing wounds they have yet to heal. Envy doesn't seek to celebrate your blessings. It aims to steal them before they can fully manifest. Energy harvesting is a real phenomenon. Some people can sense when your breakthrough is near, and they attempt to attach themselves to you at the last moment, hoping to siphon off your blessings. You might notice that just before a significant milestone, An old acquaintance reappears or unexpected drama emerges. These disruptions are seldom coincidences. They are deliberate attempts to divert your focus and deplete the energy of your hard-won progress. The most insidious aspect of envy is that it often comes from those closest to you. It's not always the stranger who envies your success. Sometimes it's the friend who cheers you on in public but resents you in private. This truth is echoed in Psalm 41:9. Even my close friend, someone I trusted, one who shared my bread, has turned against me. Have you experienced moments where support from those around you felt insincere or conditional, as if they were more invested in your setbacks than your victories? This is why discernment is critical. Not everyone who smiles at you genuinely wishes to see you succeed. Some are merely waiting for an opportunity to disrupt your path. Practicing discernment allows you to guard your heart, knowing who to trust with your dreams and who to keep at a distance. Jesus himself moved with discretion, often withdrawing to private places, choosing his confidants carefully. In your life, be mindful of whom you allow close, especially during moments of growth. Guarding your plans and moving in silence is an act of spiritual protection. By keeping your intentions private, you protect the energy and focus necessary for their success. This doesn't mean isolating yourself. It means sharing your dreams with only those who genuinely support your journey. Think back to times when you shared a goal too soon. Did obstacles arise unexpectedly, as if forces were working against you? Envy cannot harm what it cannot see. By securing your success in silence, you shield it from premature interference. Let your accomplishments speak for themselves when the time is right. Trust that your blessings, once fully manifested, will stand as a testament to your perseverance and inner strength. Chosen ones, be vigilant against emotional manipulation, especially from those envious of your blessings. Such individuals may play the victim, subtly convincing you that you owe them your time, energy, or even a piece of your success. Remember, your blessings are not meant to be divided among those who do not contribute to your growth. They belong to you alone. Envious people may try to harvest your energy by keeping you in cycles of conflict. They provoke arguments, knowing that your emotional reaction is a source of power they can feed upon. Each time you engage in their chaos, they walk away stronger while you feel drained and depleted. Recognize these cycles for what they are and step away. Your peace is too precious to be sacrificed for someone else's gain. The most insidious form of energy harvesting occurs when someone convinces you to doubt yourself. Self-doubt is one of the enemy's favorite tools because it leads you to hand over your power willingly. When you question your worth, your decisions, or your path, you create openings for others to insert their influence. Stay confident, chosen one. You are exactly where you need to be. When someone envies you, what they are really saying is, I see something in you that I haven't found in myself. Instead of focusing on their own growth, they fixate on yours, trying to take shortcuts by siphoning your blessings. Envy is a form of spiritual poverty. It feeds off others rather than cultivating its own abundance. Recognizing this allows you to detach emotionally from those who envy you. Their struggle is not your burden to bear. It's essential to understand that envy can also exist in spiritual spaces. Not everyone on the path of growth is walking with pure intentions. Some may appear to support your journey, but secretly compete, trying to match or surpass your light. Proverbs 27:4 warns, Anger is cruel and fury overwhelming, but who can stand before jealousy? Envy, even when hidden, can be more dangerous than outright anger. Have you ever felt an unease around someone who outwardly supported you, but whose energy seemed contradictory? Discernment is key. Trust your intuition when certain people feel off, even if they present themselves as allies. Just as you set physical boundaries, spiritual boundaries are essential. By honoring them, you protect your peace and purpose. Jesus himself showed the importance of discernment, often withdrawing from crowds to connect solely with those he trusted and found aligned with his mission. Have you considered how establishing these boundaries allows you to move forward confidently? Guarding your peace is not selfish. It is necessary for fulfilling the path laid before you. Trust your intuition, respect your boundaries, and continue to grow without the weight of others' envy or manipulation. By staying anchored in your purpose, you rise above distractions and honor the divine path you are meant to walk. Ascension is a journey of shedding the old self and aligning with your highest potential. It is not a straightforward path, but rather a spiral where each step forward brings new challenges, each of which invites you to rise higher. Ascension is not about escaping life's difficulties, but learning to face them with grace and wisdom. As you ascend, you may feel shifts within yourself. Old habits no longer feel comfortable, and toxic relationships fall away naturally. This shedding can feel lonely, but it is essential for growth. Just as a caterpillar cannot bring its cocoon into its new life as a butterfly, you cannot carry old baggage into new dimensions. Each time you release what no longer serves you, you make space for new blessings to enter. The journey of ascension requires courage. With each new level comes resistance, and some people may feel unsettled by your growth, attempting to pull you back into familiar but restrictive patterns. Remember, their discomfort is not your responsibility. You were not called to dim your light to make others feel at ease. You were called to shine. Jesus said in Matthew 5:16, "Let your light shine before others, that they may see your good deeds and glorify your Father in heaven." Reflect on the moments when your growth has made others uncomfortable. Did their reactions attempt to pull you down, or did they challenge you to rise even higher? Freedom in ascension comes when you release the need for external validation. Ascension teaches that everything you need is already within you. You do not need anyone's approval to follow your path. The more you trust yourself, the lighter and more empowered you become. This path is a journey inward, showing you that your strength, wisdom, and guidance are divinely placed within you. Is there a part of you still seeking approval? What would your journey look like if you fully trusted your inner guidance? As you continue your ascension, you may notice that time feels different. Moments of deep stillness may alternate with periods where life seems to move at lightning speed. This is because ascension involves stepping beyond linear time and aligning with divine timing. A shift from doing to being, from forcing things to happen to allowing them to unfold naturally. Trust this flow, knowing that the universe is always working in your favor, even when it seems like nothing is happening. Psalm 46:10 says, "Be still and know that I am God." This scripture encourages surrender and trust in the timing of all things. Have you found that certain events seem to fall into place only when you release control and allow life to flow? Ascension is a sacred journey of transformation where each release, each moment of trust, and each step taken is a testament to your growth. As you navigate this spiral path, you align more deeply with your purpose, finding that each challenge has prepared you for the blessings to come. Trust that your journey is divinely guided, even in the quiet moments, for they too are part of the unfolding of your highest potential. Along your ascension journey, you may experience what is often called ascension fatigue. This is the physical and emotional exhaustion that comes from shedding old identities and stepping into a higher consciousness. Transformation, while beautiful, is also tiring. It serves as a reminder that growth requires rest, just as much as it requires effort. In these moments, honor your body when it calls for stillness. Engage in practices that restore your energy. Meditation, grounding exercises, or time in nature. This journey to freedom is not a race. It's a sacred unfolding where each pause is as essential as each step. Ascension also demands forgiveness, not just of others, but of yourself. Release the guilt, shame, and regret that may weigh you down. You are not defined by your past, but by the choices you make moving forward. In Isaiah 43:18-19, we are reminded, "Forget the former things. Do not dwell on the past. See, I am doing a new thing." Embrace this truth by forgiving yourself for every perceived misstep and allow yourself to keep rising. True freedom is not merely the absence of chains, but the presence of peace. As you ascend, you move from a place of inner stillness, confident that everything unfolding in your life is part of a divine plan. Have you ever felt that inner peace even when surrounded by external chaos? To support this journey, pray, fast, and stay hydrated. Protect your energy by being mindful of whom you interact with and by distancing yourself from those who drain your light. Express gratitude not only for what you currently have, but for the blessings that are on their way. Proverbs 4:23 teaches, "Above all else, guard your heart, for everything you do flows from it." Protecting your heart and energy allows you to stay aligned with your purpose, free from unnecessary distractions and negativity. Remember that every blessing meant for you is already in motion. Trust that the universe is conspiring in your favor and remain aligned with your purpose. Each step on this path brings you closer to a life filled with peace, clarity, and divine connection. Keep ascending, trusting that your journey is protected and your light is sacred. Stay vigilant, hold on to your peace, and embrace each moment of this transformative journey with faith. Chosen ones, as you continue on this sacred journey of ascension, remember that every step you take brings you closer to fulfilling your divine purpose. Transformation is not easy, but each moment of fatigue, forgiveness, and release leads you to greater freedom and peace. Honor your path, knowing that your resilience, light, and unwavering faith are building a foundation for all the blessings that are yet to come. Embrace each phase, whether of rest, growth, or letting go, as a vital part of your journey. If you feel moved by this message and wish to support the energy of this channel, consider donating through the Super Thanks feature. Your contributions help sustain this space, allowing more chosen ones to connect and find guidance. But know that whether you choose to donate or simply engage by watching and being present, your support is deeply valued and appreciated. If this message resonated with you, show your support by liking, subscribing, and sharing it with others on their path. Leave a comment below, perhaps a 9999, to affirm your readiness for what's to come or to express gratitude for this journey. May each of you continue to rise with strength and peace. Remember, you are protected, guided, and exactly where you need to be. Blessings to you all. Keep shining and ascending.